Did that work? Oh yeah. Uh-oh, I gotta turn that off. I have a commercial.
Me too.
They're talking about that huge MMO space game. Oh no, that's not the one. It's Eve Online. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Hi, Dan Gentlefolk. Oh, look at you. You got through on YouTube. Yay, we don't have... YouTube and Facebook was down for everyone earlier, so... ET's good. Hey, hey, hey. How is everyone doing today? I'm doing okay. Allergy driving me down a little. I'm all draggy and slaggy. But we're gonna do some critiques. We were just talking, I think that maybe next month, well, we'll see how it goes, because I might have to miss a week next month. And then I'm going to have to move again. But I think we're going to go back to sculpting at least once or twice a month, so I can actually work on some projects. Thanks. Because I miss sculpting. I see all your work and I sculpt. Hey, Carmeet. Carmeet just told me that they shut down Laguna beaches because of the oil spill. Crazy.
Yeah, I saw that.
How far up, Carmeet, do you know how far up it goes? The oil spill? Does it go to Oxnard and all of that? I mean, how far up is it? Yeah, I think I need to start sculpting. Can everyone hear me? It goes all the way up to Huntington. It's crazy. That's a lot of oil. Very depressing. Even though maybe it'll get rid of all that human feces. The water there is so nasty. It makes me so sad. It happened in Huntington Beach? Yeah. Oh my god, the pink dye destroyed me. That was the first thing I saw flying into California when I was moving there for school. The beaches were hot pink, and it was because there was a leak from one of the water processing plants or whatever. Ugh. So yeah, everything with peak was human waste, and it was like from the Palisades all the way down to San Diego. All right. So, who's here? Miko's here. So, should we start with Miko?
Yep, and Olga's here too, so
Cool.
Miko, then Olga.
Sounds good. Miko! I saw some of the printing you're doing, Olga. It's looking great.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Fine.
Very nice. So the one thing you're probably going to want to do is take this stuff. Take this stuff and just flatten it a touch. Just so you don't have, I mean, that's going to turn into like a ball peen hammer in the back there, it's just going to sit there and thump you. That half round is just one little spot, and it's going to be. But if you just flatten the back out, that becomes much more wear, right? Awesome. And for casting, you will probably, I know you're still sculpting at the moment, so it's not important per se. But do remember that when you get to the point of casting, doing something like this, group front, turn on our let's try the front, and then you just pick now and just drag it back. So when, come on. Because then, that won't be an undercut. You'll need to fill in the airspace under the tongue right there. And you can leave enough to where you can see the teeth there, but, you want that not to be an undercut for it, especially if you're making more than one of these. That mold has got to, you don't want it to break up. So fill in those air holes. And like I said, you can leave, especially if it's silicone, you can leave a little bit of airspace there so so you can see the teeth, but it's not going all the way in under. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll also probably but I know you're still sculpting, so this isn't what you're thinking about right. But since it's here, it gives us an opportunity to talk about. You'll probably want to bring all of this up, maybe back. Punch it back. Spend the time. The little lip that those of you don't know what I'm talking about is I flip this. See, when I move that, I just drug it up. So there's a lot of this weird surplus in here, and I obviously didn't mask that part. So you just want to make sure that this is all clean before you try to send it to cast. This is where Sculptress Pro becomes really helpful, but this has subdivision levels. So actually, it's lower. Stupid. Okay. We could get and you need to do a slight angle because each of those layers retains a little bit of that history of can sort of give it that feeling that it's kind of back, but don't take it back. And then everybody on, you can see that you'll never notice. That might even be right.
I see. Yes.
And then that way it's kind of pretty undercuts or, you know, deep channels because you don't want that. You know what I mean? So and since we already set my stuff, we can bring it down in the back. And you can see it looks fine, but there's no undercut under those teeth. Right, so that makes that easy to pull out. And then you can sort of do the same. Kind of fill some of that in. And then, you know, when it's out here, you'll never notice that, right? And let's see. I might actually either use radial or texture to probably a Z. I'd probably move it up to match the radius just a little better. And I would probably, like I said, before I did this, I would probably reorient it where the center of the radiation of the radial is a little bit more center, but get 100. And see how that makes the attention him. Right, you don't have that big blank space. And
Yes,
it's sort
very
of
nice.
pointing at him. It's reinforcing the arc. I mean, that's actually not a right, but remember how we were talking about using texture and smooth spaces to make the focus pop. And you can see now that becomes a lot more about him and a lot less about the crescent. Because that would be a huge, bright, reflective surface. Right?
Yes, makes sense.
Yeah, I think all in all, it's definitely getting there. Sucker weighs a ton. How big is it?
The height is 35 mil. I hope.
No, right now it's 38. The whole thing's 38.
I probably moved the size when I were touching it before sending.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah. That's not actually a bad pendant size. 40, 45 is a pretty common pendant size. But you do tend to make large things. Not that that's bad.
to throw them in a window of my enemy. I would
Sorry, guys.
I also tend to add some texture to that bright line that now exists on the pendant itself, or I should leave it like a clear one inside the flourish.
Um, yes and no. I mean, it all depends. I think one of the textures I'm actually really fond of that was really, really popular for a long time and then sort of faded out, but in the Chinese um, statuette market, like the fine, they do the high carat gold little statuettes and the zodiac symbols and little Buddhas. It's a very big part of the Chinese culture, these little gold statues. Some of them are rather big statues, but um, using sandblasting. So it's the contrast of the sandblasted surface as well as the high reflection surface. And I think sandblasting, especially when you're trying to pull a bunch of different color or different textures of feeling, I think sandblasting is really good. Because like you could sandblast this. I'm doing it with my like you could sandblast the inside of the crescent there and then come over and polish it, and then the rays are really bright, right? Or you could sandblast it and then just do the one ridge. Now that's really bright. You could sandblast the garments and then he's bright and the garments are dull, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say look at maybe doing some blasting with some media of some sort, because there's some really, really cool ones. And you can even buy little hand sandblasters. I mean, it's just like an airbrush that has aggregate in it, um, or cutting media, whatever you want to call it. And some of those are designed to do glass, but it works really well with metals as well.
Nice, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I also have a question regarding the removing undercuts. Should I do the same for brows, for example?
For the brows,
Yes,
mm,
like they are pointing a bit outside.
I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, I assume you're doing silicone molds. So, yeah, you know what? Yeah. I was looking at the underside of the brow. You probably, you do probably want. Something like that. Where, and then you can come in and just put an edge on it so that kind of sinks back a little. And I destroyed that. I just pulled on it so it's really distorted. You can just put a line on it like that. And then that way that'll read dark, especially if you're doing this in sulfur or if you're doing it in silver and oxidizing. And so that'll read dark. But it also won't become like something you can put your eyeball out. Right? You don't want little needles on. I would say the tips of the mustache as well. I would pull those back and in. and I don't necessarily mean move the whole thing back, just make sure that you're filling that backside end so it's not, something that you could hurt yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, be careful. The horror stories we have of people demanding for there to be really tiny metal needles on their jewelry. Those are the only questions you had?
I probably don't have any other questions. I need to update this one and see how it get adapted.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Very cool.
It looks great. It's a lot of fun. So now we're off to Olga. Are you here, Olga?
Hey.
Hey, hey. So he showed me some of the printing you were doing. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, thank you, thank you. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think that, once you're comfortable enough about like just how to set them up where you're not getting failures, and once you feel comfortable with your printer, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was wonder how it's really cool in such printer for hobby.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not school professional, but it's really powerful thing.
It is.
Wow.
It's an incredibly powerful thing. And I mean, I'm sure now, having printed some of his work and some of your work, how much different it makes to print it, look at it, hold it, and then you can readjust the model to the printer, Because yours is a 50 micron printer, right? You have one of the, was it a Photon or was it a Mars? Which one did you get?
Sonic Mini 4K.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really very wonderful when you see it on display and
Yeah.
after you see.
Yeah, I reached out to Anycubit and
Telugu.
what? Say it one more time.
Telugu.
I'm like igloo. It's not igloo. 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 Whatever. All right.
Telugu.
Elegoo. There we go. You're like not a very good spokesperson. You can't even pronounce her name. We reached out to them because one of our members, Vogue, he does a lot of printer reviews, and he had the new. It's not frozen. What is it? Ultra. What's not? Is it frozen?
Juan would know. I don't know.
It's not.
Yeah, it might be a frozen. But
Is it frozen or they all name everything like the same? They drive me nuts. Ultra 2 or whatever it is. I don't know. But it's the DLP one, and he got such good results out of it. I'm reaching out to them to see if I can get one of them, because I guess Mars is coming out with their new DLP version, which is supposed to be really really high detail too. And for people who can't, it's funny because in the in the jewelry world, a $4,000 printer is dirt cheap, but over the years of being yelled at and being told that I have unrealistic expectations of pricing printers, because our normal printers are like $35,000 to $50,000, so it's like, $4,000 cheap. But these things are like $500 and $600 now, and the resins are so much cheaper. And if they're doing, as detailed a thing as they're doing right now, you can definitely use those as prototyping machines and save a ton of money, and then do your manufacturing prints on a more expensive print. Yeah, no, it's impressive, without a doubt. They're doing some very, very cool stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Alrighty, so let's look at what you got here. So the only thing I might suggest is, at least say that cavalierly, but I might. You might.
Now, sorry for interrupting. Now all my game stuff will be for printing.
Exactly. As well it should be. Because then you post that, you start selling that stuff, and repeatable product is where you'll start making money. Because you make great models, you know.
Oh, thank you. It's so nice.
And you know, you start just doing some figurative little figures and get them out there. And you'll be surprised that, you know, you can make money off I'm not saying it's surprising that you can make money off your models. I think it's surprising to everyone when it actually starts to happen. You know, they're like, wait a minute, that's cool. I want to work in the gaming industry, and look, I'm now selling my models, my miniatures, my, you know, furniture, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So I would put just a little bit of something on the back, only because if you just have it here, it only takes one bump, and that's a hard joint to hold up. You know what I mean? But if it has just a little bit of a weight anchor, it becomes, I mean, 1,000 times more stable. Oops, neither of those were plated. You know, it doesn't have to be anything snazzy, and it doesn't have to be anything thick. It's just, you know, it's the step being there, support. I just think you'll wind up more stable. Yeah. Then let's look. So you're going to have the same issues that Miko, and that is you're going to need to come here. Just turn. Come here. Is it two different? Hey, look at that.
Now all see my that it's from game.
No, this is good.
Model.
No, this is good because you
Just
have.
got it.
This is. And so what we need to do here is make sure come on. You're not gonna. Okay. No. That is so weird. You don't have to subdivision. Select damn poly group. Why are you doing this? And since this is sort of here, we still need to mask this off because this is facing the wrong for what we need to do. So now I would take all of this, flip it, bring it down here. I would just pull it in, right? And now that is definitely going to break the surface of the body. Where's our torso? Right, you see how it's going into the body, so that is not an under, right? Does that make
Yes.
sense?
Yes.
So with everything you have there, right? So on this one, oh, sub. Yes. And now the collar is that. You can see here on the front, that's that. And so, I might have moved that a little bit. And then you push that back and under. And like I said, Miko, you can always come back in and just come along that edge, so you're getting a reflection there, so it looks like it's that thick, right? If that makes sense. But then from back here, with that edge there, you're creating a light, and that's going to at least read like an edge, so it's less obvious. But you definitely do not want airspace under there. It'll just be a night. Now, if you're only making one, right? If you're printing one, who cares? Because printing it, you can get away with it. Now, if you plan to make a mold of it, that's a completely different story, and that's where you want to be very careful about not having cuts. See, like you would have to do that with the chain as well, and the laces and stuff. But if you're printing them, which is an option, it's less problematic. But I would still do the undercuts here, but this free floating stuff like the laces, the knots, and the chain, you can get away with that stuff if you're printing it. The other way to do it, obviously, is to print them separately and just have little pins, right? Have a pin and hole where this necklace has a pin on each shook and a pin under there, and then that way you just glue it on. And there's some assembly in manufacturing, which is no problem. It's just, you have to think about how you want to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then I would come back in and sharpen, because your detail's so sharp and clean. I would definitely come back in and crisp this stuff. Turn off. Doesn't matter. Just crisp this stuff back, just so it's not flagrantly less detailed than the rest of the sculpt. Right, just get those a little crisper. And it's just so there's some sharper detail. And you don't have to go too much farther than that, but don't make it look like everything's nice and crisp and then you left the one part over polished or something like that, because that's what it'll read like. It'll read like it was over polished instead of, oh, why is that?
Okay, I see.
Because look at how much texture you have on the hat, and then this stuff was just super soft.
Uh-huh.
And instead of using waves, I would actually, most of the Landschaftsbilder were Bavarian or Southern German, at least at the beginning. I would probably find something like a lozenge pattern or look up German folk textures or something like that. So the texture is actually a little bit more referential to the time period and the character, if that makes sense. Around the base.
I see. Hmm.
And other than that, it looks great.
What do you think about scissors?
I like them.
Am I right?
Yep. No, they look great.
Implementation. Oh, I was not. How it's in English? I think it's not good for printing. But
Oh
I
no,
guess
that would print fine.
good.
It would
Mhm,
totally print
mhm,
fine. Yeah, you wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I mean, you may want to print them separately and pin
mhm.
them in. But, if you're dealing with this as a, like a desktop figure or something, you have it. That's plenty. Those are thick. I mean,
Uh-huh.
how big is it?
Um, s-
57 mil.
75 millimeters.
Hmm? Here, 57. But let's change it to 75 real quick.
He's growing. He's young.
Maybe he's shrinking. Okay, resize subtool all. Others, he's growing in front of our eyes.
Juan has a question about how you would choose to mold it.
It depends on how many we were doing. It's funny because if you were doing like 50 to 100 of them, I might just print them, to be honest. If I were molding it, I think well, you do the feather separate. I would do the chain and the 2 knots separate. And then I think you could get the rest of it in one mold without too much drama. Obviously, the stand is separate. I don't think you'd have to remove the. Well, I mean, if you want to make it easy on yourself, I would pull the hat, the bow under the chin, the chain, and the front knot. I would fill in the back of the laces so all of this is actually touching the body. So I wouldn't have to deal with that as a issue. And then like if I really wanted to feel light, I would do the chain, the knot, these 2 knots as separate parts. I mean, I guess airspace around. My 3D Connect, but um, yeah, no, there's no reason for a gap there. So I would attach this to the body. Oh, there's
Uh-huh. I have a question. I interesting. What size will be uh,
go ahead.
okay for massive uh, development?
Now what now?
For printing a lot of
So like if you wanted to mass manufacture them,
yes.
yeah, I would do silicone molds, and that way you could either cast them in resin or you could pour waxes and then have them cast at a foundry and have them cast in any metal, at that. Like you could do them in bronze.
Yes, but what size will be nice for it?
Well, I mean, for a bus, well, it's funny because in the miniature world, there are busts that are in that 75, 80 mil, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if it's collectible world, a bust could be, 140 mil,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So, I think it depends on what, I think it would depend on what market you were trying to hit,
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Come I don't enable control. Where's my control? There it is. So falling apart over. I think that you could do that separate, this separate. Now, I mean, if you're trying to be a little bit more conservative with it, you can easily make that chain part of the top, right? Just sink it in a little to where there are no undercuts. That could easily become part of the top. So if I were going to make a lot of these, I would make that part of the top, make that part of the top, have these pin on, separate the feathers, separate the hat, and then the hat just has a peg, the feathers have a peg, these have pegs, and there you go. Because that would be, I mean, that'd be an easy two-part mold pool.
Mm-hmm.
You just and that has no substantial, especially if you get rid of the hat, that no substantial pull apart very easy. And then obviously that hat's an easy two-part pull. And the feathers could be a two-part pull if you do the feathers as one part, and then you split the mold this way, right where you're pulling the feathers out of the mold side to side instead of top to bottom. And that way you get away with the piece, I bet. Because at 75 mil now, these are pretty thick. Ooh. But yeah, that's a little more than 2 mil. So that's plenty solid.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could easily get away with feather. Looks great. I like it. I think you might want to, because you have a great texture on the top here, I
Mm-hmm.
might put, and I'm just using this as an example. Do not take this as this is what I'm saying you should put on. But if you put a texture there, like on that shirt, you can then fill this with that texture. And then that way people would understand those are slashes.
Oh, I understand. I understand. Yeah, it will be better.
That would just punch that concept of slashing,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, no, awesome. 2 thumbs up.
Cool. It will be. It was great feedback. Thank you.
Of course.
Sorry for my English. I have early morning,
Oh no.
and in winter it's not so cool like in summer.
No, it is all good. I think you're communicating much better than my Russian, so I think A-okay.
We have very difficult letters in our language.
Yes,
I
you do. Yeah, the Cyrillic is
like Poland people.
yeah.
Mhm.
I have at some point I have like these little translating earbud things that supposedly I can use to go to a speaker and it would translate what people say and then so if I was trying to teach in a foreign language, because I've had a few offers to teach, but teaching in Thailand, you sort of need to be able to have a dialogue in that language, at least roughly, and these little earbud things are supposed to do it, but I haven't, since I've had them, I haven't really had I got them and COVID hit, and well, needless to say, I haven't really had time to go hang out and try to figure out if these things work. But if they work, it's an awesome tool for stuff like this, because then you can do it in someone else's language without having to know exactly what it means, because it'll translate my English into, let's say, Russian, and the Russian into English, so you're having a two-way conversation speaking your own language. Keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's funny.
All right.
Okay, right. Thank you.
No problem. It's awesome. You're killing it.
Oh, wait in Discord, print and stuff.
I'm looking forward to it. Very much so. All right, Henry, who's next? Oh, I guess
Last
there's only
one's-
one.
Yep.
I guess that was overstated melodramatic question. Right. It's looking interesting for sure. Unless it's actually tailored to up, you'd have a little bit more drape under the breast, but can't really tell the garment. The bottom jaw, cool. I still think your connection from the other kind of blending those two heads together, I think you did it. I like how these two, the bottom jaw and the head fits, and just having changed it from style, I think the style. And feels a little short. Maybe too. Because if that's your wrist, hand should put a little long. Sort of has that. Remember muscle. don't really. I think your hand just got a little short. Nothing that a real fast little nudge wouldn't help. If your feet aren't bad, just remember this is sort of has this on the out. So there's a little, oops. It's a little flat right here. And then you get the tone of the arm. You really want to wrap your head around the blocked out shape of a foot. Look at shoe lasts. And often these are really good. Some of these obviously are like for slippers. You look at some of these, they're actually interesting because they show you, right, these are still formed for shoes, but I think it gives you a good example. So the arch sort of comes in and does this. The pinky side comes out and in, and then the big toe side comes in higher. Right, it's not, they're not even. So, you know, you have your big toe. So the foot has, it almost looks like an S curve from the top. Your arch isn't, but you can see what I mean. See how the curve starts there and then ends here, where this curve starts here and ends here. So on the pinky side, it's a smaller arch or curve on the outside, but it's there. So everyone on YouTube, if you like what you're seeing, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit the little bell if you want to get notification for what we're doing, because it's very helpful for the site for people to actually subscribe and follow. That's important. Yeah, I would say that the body's definitely come a long ways. You know, you actually paid a little bit more attention to the anatomy this time, but the last time was, you know, a block up. So I would say for the steps you're taking, it's looking very good. Indeed, indeed. Yeah. Sorry, I'm yawning. I'm going to stand up and crack my back. I'm all crinky. Crinky. Sitting in this chair too much. That's super helpful. Oh yeah. We're gonna run shot count. All right, now everybody touch their toe. All right. Was there anything back on?
In Discord?
No. You know what I mean.
Dropbox? Nope.
Wow. Pretty lazy. All right. So what are we sculpting?
So soon, in the next couple of days at least, you will need to sculpt a piece for the October challenge, which is Halloween theme. Get started on that.
What do I want to sculpt for the Halloween theme? Oh man, you guys. Really, we're gonna go there? See how you see how far.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yes, you did. This is all your fault, but
I had absolutely nothing to do with it.
no. This is all your fault. Completely your fault.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. You're the instigator of many troubles, I can see.
No idea what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. To the choir. Funny, the high school around the corner obviously playing. I keep hearing whistles and but this is so much more low key. When I lived in Hackney Wick in London, we were right across the canal from West Ham Stadium, and West Ham is like one of the legendary soccer hooligan soccer teams. I'm sorry, football team. Yeah, and man, it is crazy how much. I mean, it was one of the stadiums that was built for the Olympics, and and it was crazy. They made a lot of noise. These guys. Okay, to be fair, high school students. Amateurs. You know, you two are going to get it. After this, I'm going to demand to see your hand. Troublemaker.
You know, depends on how well you do here, because I need to learn how to do it from you.
I'd say if you have no idea what you're doing, I still think that using using Z-spheres. There's a Z-sphere model. Pretty nice. Mm-hmm. Infinite. Hey man, I am all about every one of my base models. I'm a firm believer in start low poly. We'll start. Bowling. Mm-hmm. Because yeah, Joseph is not he's doing something on his You're old school? So you start from a ball? Oop, someone's in the house. Yeah, exactly. I try to start all my models that way, really primarily for mesh control, because I like to have as small a mesh as starting out. Getting exciting. People are going.
We can't hear them on the stream.
Oh, too bad. They're really loud and excited. And they're like a good, like 4.5. Well, I mean, they're half a block that way, but then that's the edge of the school, and then it's the field, and then the stadium, I think. But I haven't been to a live sporting event. I don't like people, and I'm skeptical. Sporty, sporty people. I don't know that I've gotten that excited about anything in a very long time. Skeptical. Yeah. It's too deep. Go to move it and pose it. All right. There you go. Hand, not a mitten. All right. What's next? I'm not going to sit here and spend time detailing a hand just to make you mitten lovers.
All right, I guess he can do it.
Look. It's those damn mannequins with those half round, like little knobble things that were getting me every time. I need to start with a square. Okay. What are we sculpting? What's spooky? See now? Yeah, no, I can sculpt hands. But here, let's have hands. Center. We got 100. Zombie. Oh, all those things that we could get done in an hour or two. Symmetry. Center. Mm-hmm. Got to move, infinite X, Y. Can you tell? It's a
I'm trying to
swallow.
think of. Okay, there we go. An unladen swallow.
Is that North African or European? I know the well, start talking, Kermit. I'll tell you what. No one's talking to me. And blame Henry because he's over there doing something else that he finds more important than entertaining you guys. So, Kermit, you can help the conversation. Hopefully. What you got there, girl? In fact, you can go into Discord and you can actually talk, and that way I don't have to read chat. Anyone, go into Discord and we can chat while I'm doing something. Me having to sit and because Henry's not very talkative.
Tonight, you say?
Some nights you can hold a conversation.
Yeah. Juan, you can get on with your Flemmy mic.
Yeah, nothing better than Flemmy Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Halloween after all. Maybe that's in season, right? No one's taking us up on it.
I'm here, sir.
No, that's just gross. It sounds like you're drowning in snot.
Oh my God,
Oh
so
my
Flemmy.
God. And I just gonna leave.
What kind of mic do you have right now?
You know what? It came with my laptop,
Ah, so
so I wasn't expecting something fancy, right?
a really high quality one.
Yeah. But I was checking the stream from last week, and I was like, oh my God, I sound awful.
Isn't that great when you realize that you sound awful?
Oh, yes.
It's like really an important thing to find out, like sooner than later, usually. Yeah, my friend forced me to buy good sound equipment.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reach this Logitech, but hey, it's what I have for now, so.
Aura 22. I don't know what that is. Let me get that.
Yeah, that one's new to me too.
Hey guys.
Hey, there she is. Miss Oil Slick.
I know it's so sad. So now that you're moving up coast, I'm just gonna have to go to your beaches.
Yeah, you know, Oxnard's nice. The beaches there are nice. It's
I think it took years to clean up that Santa Barbara spill.
yeah, it was a big deal. Gold, interesting. 22 karat gold. Do you bake it on?
Yeah, fired and burnished. So it's kind of like caribou,
Oh
but you
yeah,
start with
like
a
the
liquid instead of a sheet.
Sure.
I wonder if it's like a foil.
It's a paste.
Ah.
Interesting. No, I have not. And it's actually 22 karat, which is nice. It seems like it's going to come out a little thicker than just using plating, like with the plating
For
pin.
sure.
I know a lot of
For
people who
sure.
put the detail in plating pins. Hello, Ahmad.
Oh yeah, Quimbu.
Let's try. Okay. Lower my.
Or what's the pottery that they like at the Japanese that they break on purpose and then they fill it in with the gold?
Yeah, with the I can't think of what it's called. I have one of those kits for a mug that got broken. That stuff's really cool. And it's gorgeous. I'm quite a fan of
Kintsugi?
Kintsugi.
Kintsugi.
Well, it's good to see you sculpting.
I'm not going to go as far as say that's what we're doing yet. We're playing. We're playing.
You should do another lighter.
Another lighter?
Yeah, those were cool.
That was fun. Maybe we will do a lighter. Maybe we'll do a Halloween Zippo.
Now that you have the new knife, like I feel like it might be a little easier to chop it up.
Yeah. Actually, I'm kind of looking forward to starting this new knife project. Can't tell you about it. Non-disclosure.
How would you go with the Sipo? Would you have like a model and then use thick skin and then keep like a even volume?
Oh, sure, you could do that. I'm I'm actually trying to use a low res. Ash does it really well, where she takes. This is too high res for it, but where she'll take snake hook and get these crazy patterns going, and then she'll dynamesh the patterns together, and you let the geometry kind of dictate what your future curves are going to be. You see, this is absolutely garbage.
You're like, I can't tell you who the knife is for or what the knife is, but then you'll accidentally like show us all the file name and like client information and home address of.
Okay. I cannot say that I've been known to do anything like that. If any of my clients are out there watching, you have no fear of that happening. None.
I'm just kidding.
She's just a crazy woman.
I'm just heckling right now.
No, it's true. I'm an absolute mess. Well, especially when it was my classes from my house days after I was working, or I was working right up before we started the classes. And yeah.
Remember like a few years ago when you like pulled up Google Maps and it was.
Yeah. And I'm always like typing in my passwords. I've gotten better at that. It's been a while since I've done that. That's one of Henry's favorite things.
I love it when you turn on the show every button you're hitting on the keyboard thing and then type in a password.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's great.
This should not be given that power. That's a bad power for me to have.
I don't know.
You might get Skibrit.
Yeah, you sound miles away from your microphone.
To get something done on my tab. I don't know where the microphone is on the computer.
We can tell.
Yeah, we can tell.
There's like crazy lightning going on right now.
Hopefully it doesn't start an ocean fire.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Laguna Beach blows up.
Would be like the entire coast up to who knows now.
Well, it's probably heading south, not up, because the currents definitely go down towards me.
I mean, and I feel like even if they let people get in the water in a few months, I'm gonna end up being like you in the pink dye. It's like,
Yeah, just never again.
no, it's so sad. My rent should go down too, I feel.
Right? You were paying to be near the beach. That doesn't count when the beach is now combustible. I think you should get fire hazard pay.
Tomas, what are some interesting ways to mount a trillion cut stone onto a ring?
Well, I mean, the problem with mounting anything interesting is that usually the more interesting the mount, the less secure it is. So, I mean, you know, as long as you have 3 nice contact points, you can do anything around them. It's just you have to make sure that that you're not making like uniqueness, because let me tell you, there is no such thing as a unique mounting that you lose the stone, right? And so that's the problem with trying to make cool, sketchy, sort of interesting mount. You know, I would say that just get a very solid mount, right? You know, a standard 3-prong, and then started talking, lost concept. So that's a kind of tricky question in the sense of you want to be careful trying to be too clever with your mounts, because I've seen a lot of mounts fail because someone thought they were being clever. Can't imagine who that could be. I mean, other people I watched, obviously, that trying to be clever. Yeah, when I was first approaching all of this, you know, I'm a sculptor. I wasn't really approaching it like a jeweler, and I had a few failures, sense of things that should have stayed on the ring, didn't. It's always embarrassing when you have cataclysmic failures. But it's a lot better if you're having cataclysmic failures on your stuff. Do I use curves? You know, sometimes, and especially for detail and ribbings, you know, like linear detail, like I'll do mill grain with curves, and I'll do decorative borders with curves and things like that. But very rarely when I'm sculpting do I use curves. Like I'll take a base model and find you know, linears and things that I want to extrude and use curves. Also, I'm quite fond of this brush. Hold on, where is it? Brush, curve. Some of these brushes are actually really fun that have the repeating patterns. And there's this one, the displacement curve brush. I found that, come on, coming up. Oh, there it is. So you can do something like this and then grab it. And you can do some really neat texturing stuff with some of that, because it'll start to keep it it retains a lot of organics, you know. So there are a handful of curved brushes I use, but I don't use them a lot, honestly. Um, I like to lay down. You know, I'm a traditional sculptor. I like to put clay on, pull clay off, flippy flap it, and see what's happening to my surfaces, and sort of develop things that way.
So you were saying that you are in conversation with Elegoo.
Well, I approached them to see if they are interested in doing something with the membership where I know their margins are very, very low. So it's not like they can really give discounts per se.
Yeah.
But where maybe they give us a couple things of resin for free or something like that. And then, you know, we'd have them in the shop.
Mm.
Because I do think that I'm coming to grips with the fact that, well, it's not I'm coming to grips with them. The printers are actually becoming something that you can use, you know. So if we can get one of these companies to sort of, you know, work with us and, you know, send us stuff and we'll prototype jewelry stuff for them, you know, give them honest feedback from. I think it could provide a pretty good opportunity for the membership to be able to get their hands on, you know, a couple of the cheaper printers. And then that way, because I do think that if the cheaper printers can do, you know, high detail models, then that's great. You know, I have nothing against, like, I'm not an elitist where I'm like, oh, you know, it's a cheap printer, blah. But it's only the last few years that these printers have been able to do anything even close to what I would consider a good print, you know. And you know, it's just you know, sadly, I'm not a big fan of, you know, the lack of support's a very big deal. You know, because the thing is that most of the people who are doing stuff for jewelry, right? You don't. It's not it's not the maker world in the sense of, you know, they want to sit around and if it doesn't work, you can spend a day and a half working on it. And blah blah blah. You know, it's like, no, you're trying to make
Yeah.
money here, and you know, if you have to work on something, you know, every 3 prints or whatever, it might print great, but I don't consider that a useful tool. That's a hobby, you know.
Yes,
And
very time consuming.
yeah, and sadly, I want you guys actually working on designs, not fiddle futzing around with printers. Or, I mean, any tool, you know. But now there are people who like to fiddle futz with printers and other tools, and I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying I have a hard time recommending something that isn't something you can plug and play for the most part. You know, there are things that obviously are not plug and play, and you have to work on a blah 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 blah, and everything has a learning curve and blah 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 blah. But you know, if you have an issue with a Formlabs printer, I mean, let's face it, Formlabs is pretty much idiot-proof printing. You know, once you understand how the printer prints and, you know, what its surface tensions are and like its pull tensions, blah, 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 blah. Like, I very, very rarely have a failed print on the form. Only because, well, I mean, let's face it, you know, I mean, once you understand how to, don't set up prints flat, don't, set it at an angle, da 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 da. They're pretty foolproof. Like I've had a few failures in the last year or so where I was just rushing and I wasn't really thinking about the print. And, there's some things where you're like, oh, well, okay, if I had thought about that for 5 minutes, that would have probably not happened. But in some of the cheaper printers, you have to go in and you have to set the print up and you have to type a bunch of information in. And I mean, like I said, there are people that's totally fine, but I don't think that is, to me, that becomes a hobby tool.
Yes.
Right.
Also, lots of quality control issues with those machines.
Yeah. And, it's like, it's awesome. It's a few $100. So who cares? I mean, if you can get a handful of prints out of it, you've made your money, but like me recommending things, I have a hard time recommending something that isn't a pseudo, like a prosumer or, a prosumer or better tool. Because, like I said, for the most part, I'm not really trying to get people to do a hobby. I'm trying to teach them how to monetize their skills, And I think that there are a lot of people who do not have the time, patience, or inclination to figure out the fiddle futzing with a lot of these things. And, like you look at Vogue stuff, and I mean, but he spends time with that stuff, and, I mean, that's sort of his kitsch now, he understands, what it means to print something, that is, where, oh, if it doesn't do this, it does that. You have to pay attention to its, bilateral venal fetal fluid because, it does this. And it's just like, okay, well, I mean, that's all fine and dandy and fun, but that is something that, is now a hobby. It's not a tool. But, like I said, there are plenty of people who have the inclination and have absolutely no problem spending that. And I'm not, it's not a judgment call on that at all. It's just, like I said, if you can't plug it in and make money with it, I have a hard time recommending.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a big printer, a huge printer, 8K resolution.
Is that the frozen one?
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that printer as well. Did you order one?
Yes.
Awesome.
So you remember the bust that I submitted for the critique? What was that? 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my idea is to either print that on resin, mold it, and cast it in my backyard on bronze, or straight 3D printed in on a castable resin, and proceed with the casting.
Yeah. The other thing you might want to think about doing, just in just as a low cost version, is print it, print the version and then have it electroplated or electroformed.
Yeah.
That's also, I think that is actually an interesting workflow that could be coming from some of these printers if they, if you can get a cheap printer that will do, the nice, beautiful, high-res stuff. And let's face it, a true 50 micron, for the most part, is as good as anybody needs. I mean, I make ridiculous models that 25 micron sometimes isn't enough. But, for 99% of the population, you don't need that kind of resolutions. But, that 8K, so they said that at that scale, it's printing in the small resolution like a good 4K, if I'm not mistaken. It's sort of
Yes. And my point of view here is like, yeah, the resolution is smaller. However, you're looking at the piece at a distance.
right.
So the imperfections will be neglectable, right?
Yeah,
Versus a piece like the ones that you cast, well, are small pieces where you're really gonna sit and appreciate every single detail, right?
right, exactly.
So
No,
it's
the
the same
second
as
you
you're
make
printing
some,
on.
yeah, the second you make something like, you know, I mean, if you think about the resolution on some of the, you know, full size collectibles and things like that, you know, even a lot of the pores, and you're like, oh, that's so detailed, you know, look, it has pores and all of that. Really, you know, that's still, you know, like a 50 micron print, like a clean 50 micron print, because, you know, there's so much bigger in relation to the other that it, you know, um, it appears to be more resolution. And it's just, like you said, it's just in relative scale, you know, it's twice as much resolution because it's that much bigger, you know.
Mhm.
No, I tell you, I'm very interested in that. I've been very, I have to, actually, I have to find the model um, of my lamps. I'm supposed to send those to Form Labs for the big printer to print a lamp for me,
Mm.
because that's really lamps and like more like home thing, you know, furniture, lamps, ashtrays, you know, silverware, you know, not necessarily jewelry.
Mhm.
I'm very interested in trying to figure out how to start producing some of that stuff, because I do some crazy furniture
Mhm.
and I really would like to get to a point where some of that's producible. Because I have a friend now who has very, very good connections with galleries in Miami. And it'd be great to try to get into Art Basel.
So send me your model and we run it.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's
Well,
exciting. When do you get it?
well, good question. Your guess is as good as mine. Um,
Oh, did it
yeah,
Kickstarter something recently? Is that what happened?
no, that's my rant. These companies they run business in a very un-Westernized way.
Right.
So they tell you, oh, release will be, I don't know, let's say October.
Right.
But then October happened that they have a festival and it's like, oh no, everything is canceled. Like, yeah, no, you say October like 3 months ago, like you should stick to your word, right?
Yeah, no,
As
that's,
as a company, like that's a bad impression.
yeah, no.
So
A lot of them don't care because they know that you want it,
they,
and
they have the market, yeah.
yeah, they care less. Yeah, it's funny actually. Like I said, I reached out to Anycubit and Elegoo.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Elegoo?
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
they go, yeah.
All right. And I guess there's a holiday right now, and everybody is until the 8th. So they're like, yeah, we'll look at this. It seems cool. We'll talk to you, you know, 4 to 8. Well, at that point, it was about 6 to 8. Yeah. And that's cool. Whatever. But yeah, I know it's a lot more like, oh, I want it to happen now. Oh. That was absolutely. So I was teaching at the International Institut de Marionnettes in France, and it was
Mhm.
up in Champlain. It was a little town, and that was one of the things that just absolutely made me insane. Definitely, and I was there from LA. You know, it was like the concept of siesta being a random number. Yeah, we close anywhere between 10 and 2, and we'll open up anywhere between noon and 6. Yeah, it's different every day. Man, who knows? I'm like, who knows? That's no way to run a business. It drove me nuts.
So I don't know what to say. I love siestas, so
Oh,
I'm taking sides here. Sorry, pal.
killing me. I think now I'm a little bit more mellow. At the time, though, it was like poking me in the eye with a dull stick. It was just like, oh my. And it was funny. The hardware shop guy hated my guts, is all I could. Because, I go in there and I'm like, oh, can I get a silicone washer? He's like, what? I'm like, silicone washer. Is silicone washer? What's the definition? I'm like, silicone washer. And then one of the girls from the class comes in and goes, why are you doing that? He wants a silicone washer. He goes, oh, silicone washer. What did you say? I'm like, oh, there's a steel pipe right there. Can you say steel pipe? Like, I'm going to kill everyone. Yeah. That one gets me. It's like, my God, dude. You're the only place I can buy hardware. And every time I went in, it was the same thing. It was just like, I don't understand what you want. I'm like, I go kill you. But like in Chinese, I can understand that because I don't know, they were talking about how, because it's all like where you say the word in your mouth. If you say, they were like, oh yeah, there's a poem we use to teach kids. It's ma 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 ma, and it means your mom rode across the bridge on a donkey. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh no. Oh no. All right, I can see that I do not have the inclination for this language, any way, shape, or form.
Do you speak a little bit of German?
Not anymore, really. I drowned in my language center was. But the last time I was in Germany for an extended period of time, I was there for about 3.5 weeks. And I got to the point where I could understand stuff being said to me, but I couldn't really form my own words, or form my own sentences. It's frustrating, but I've come to grips with.
You have mentioned about the drowning, but you have never gone into detail about the story. Was it something like Baywatch that you got CPR by Pamela Anderson?
No, it was I was being an idiot. I used to cave dive.
Okay.
And so we would go into unexplored caves and explore and push farther. It wasn't it was recreation, but it was very much about exploration. And we were in a cave that we knew these two channels connected. And so I went one way and my partner went the other because we had dye tested it. And, we knew that they were. And I, number one rule of cave diving, don't let go of your tank, right? And I was crawling through a hole maybe that big. So, it's like this. And I was pushing my tank and pulling with one hand. And then after about, 85 feet of that sucked. So I pushed my tank and then pulled with both hands. Pushed my tank, pulled with both hands. Pushed my tank, and it was like, I was like, oop. But I heard it hit. It was only like 25, 30 feet down. No big deal. And I came over the little lip, and it was a big sort of round opening, maybe 10, 12 feet circle, or, oval. And about 4 feet down, because you got to think that, this is crystal clear water, right? These are springs. But there's soot. And so when I was crawling through, it's clouded up, and I kind of pull myself out. And it's a nice, beautiful, clear room. I look down, and there's soot doing this. And then there's this little mushroom cloud where my tank went in. And of course, I was using Poseidon equipment, which is really fabulous Swiss equipment, and it didn't bleed bubbles, so I had no clue where it went. So I kept going in and diving down and trying to find it. Well, needless to say, find it. I sucked water and drank. And my dive partner found me, drugged me up to the submersible environment, and defibrillated me, and I got back. But it was a few minutes. There, anywhere between 3 and 4 minutes. There was substantial damage. I got it pretty good. But yeah, no, it was purely me being a dim rod, letting go of my tank because I was being. Don't get lazy when holding on to something means your life or death. Just words to the wise there.
So you also got defibrillated.
What's that?
You also got defibrillated.
Yeah, I was defibbed. I mean, I was dead. There was not. Because we had a submersible environment, about 1:45. They drugged me in there. He fibbed me, and then I got to put diving equipment on, dive out of the cave.
Yeah, I got shocked once. Not a pleasant experience whatsoever.
Sucks. Luckily, the times I got shot, nothing ever hit bone. It was just muscle through. Well, I got a ricochet.
I met somebody that got shot 7 times. The skin was totally fried, like fried chicken.
Yeah.
Just all burned.
Yeah. Oh. I've seen bullets do really weird things. It's crazy, like 22s, they go in one place and like they come out your ankle. You know, you get shot in the shoulder and it comes out like your hip over here. But luckily, not my life anymore. Now I sculpt in ZBrush. Where did you get shot?
Oh, where did I got shot? Funny story.
My dad was really angry at me.
Yes. No, they defibrillate me because atrial fibrillation, sleep apnea.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I came out of the shower and the tower was so heavy that I was panting, and I had to go to emerge. And yeah, they reset my heart.
Yeah, it's always a joy, isn't
it? Yes.
You gotta just absolutely love your body quitting. Like, nope, I'm done. Thanks. Been fun.
Well, next challenge will be Halloween.
Yeah.
For the school.
I think so. Is that what the theme is, Henry? What's the theme?
Halloween.
Oh.
Well, I foresee a sculpture of my mother-in-law coming.
Wow. Hopefully she doesn't watch Twitch, right? Or you're in trouble.
Oh no, this is encrypted. This all goes right. It's funny. Good old hop. If we do a Christmas one, I'm doing a Baphomet. Claus. Krampus.
Yeah, I was gonna say Krampus is pretty close to Claus.
I'm a big Krampus fan. I love Krampus. one day I'm either going to make or buy one of those wacky Krampus outfits. I want to go back to that Krampus festival. It's awesome. Dudes dressed up like monsters with, like, they call them bundles of twigs, but they're like baseball bats with leaves on them. They chase you around town. It's brutal. It is not pleasant. Because let's face it, who wants to get drunk and then beat up by, 6'5" devil thing? Definitely out to get you. Add some challenge to the weekend of drinking. There's some good Krampus.
Yeah, I had a German friend who was from that region, and oh man, he was pumped to tell me everything about it. It was like a real Christmas for him.
Because it's awesome. I mean, how much more fun can you have? Let's go out, get drunk, and beat up by the devil guy. Because they're not going to take it easy on you. No sirree, they won't. I just love, there's some really great old Christmas cards that were, just Krampus stealing kids and stuff. And you're just like, was that a Christmas card? You're just like, you're whacked.
There's a lot of mythology around Christmas that is
whacked.
That would be really surprising to the West, like the Yule lads.
Oh yeah,
I love the Yule lads.
yes.
What is the Yule? Can be it's spoken here or?
They originated in not Bavaria, somewhere over there.
Yeah.
But they are the children of Grelda, I think is her name, and she's a witch. And so every winter, the Yule lads come out. I think there's 12 of them, and it's like pot licker, doorway sniffer, sausage stealer, and each one of them has like a very particular and strange thing that it does, and it's intended to teach children manners and cleaning up after themselves and that sort of thing. So like pot licker will come into your house and lick all of your pots if you don't clean up the sink before you go to bed, that sort of thing. But they're all these weird, ghastly, really strange personalities.
My great grandmother was a tailor. And there's a really, really, really famous Bavarian or German fairy tale, which is the tailor that sneaks into your house and he snips your thumbs off if you're bad with his big tailor shears, I grew up with that one. She really threatened me with her tailor shears. She's like, the student will come and chop your fingers off. Jesus.
But where I take a lot of ideas for a sculpture, maps of meaning of Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah.
Because then he goes in details of the reasons behind mythology and what they're actually trying to say, and it's quite interesting.
Yeah, no, it's really fascinating stuff. I absolutely, absolutely, absolutely adore the old German yokai. I mean, the old Japanese yokai, or the ghost stories, you know? Because some of those are priceless. It's sort of like the Yule guys, where there's like the shogi screen liquor, there's like the red bean rice washer. He's like, yeah, you know, you can come over here, I'll wash your beans. You know, you're like, what? It's hysterical. I love it. Yeah, mythologies are hysterical.
You have a new file.
Do I?
FYI. You do.
See how Vasa East Gut. Now, I had no idea. I really need a massage. Good damn. All right. While it's doing that, I'm gonna go. Be right back. Hmm. But now we can do ZP because now.
Ta-da!
Ah. Sorry, I just got sent an announcement about SpaceX people getting their week. I just want to see if they're sitting on. But it's definitely past 7. So I guess the estimated delivery of today didn't happen. All right, what do we got here? We have a loot. Feel like so. Pants. Here is one anatomy and one the pants. Pretty good thing. Come start. I'm assuming this is bark. Okay, hold on. Let me reload this tool. By me turning everything on. 15 different things of the read all. All right. So this is good stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take every folder. It's asking me if I want to take all of the visible subtools and put it in a folder. I'm going to say yes. Bits. So now others. Other bit. Okay. Turn on good bits. Wait, where does paint? that's other. Never mind. Turn off. Turn on good bit. No problem. So I'm assuming since this is what you sent visible, this is what you consider the stuff we should look at. So let's hide our loot thing. Let's see what we. All right. So first things first, I think your fingers are going the wrong direction. Now, once again, this is a stylized character, so this may be a conscientious decision. And if it is, ignore me. Thank you, Dimitri. And it's nice to have you here. But I believe that your fingers are getting fatter as they go out. And that doesn't usually happen. Normally they will taper and become smaller at the end, not wider at the ends. So it makes the hands look very heavy. But once again, if you're like, oh, he's a blacksmith and he has huge hands, great. The other thing I'd like to see you do is see how you're cutting in detail. So you're taking this and you're just cutting around it. And right, you can see you just kind of dug this in. What happens when, especially things like this, where this is actually going into the finger, right? You know, that's going under the finger. It's really important to keep layer continuity. And so when you start doing stuff like this, think about the layers in which they are laying. Right. And it's just these little details that really make the difference in between good models and great models. And I'm just going to do right. So it's going under all that here. Slide up, because that's what a fingernail for the meat thing. Then what you have, cuticle is on top of it. And then here it transitions under the nail. Stop it. And so, fine. And if you just take a cutting tool, or what I consider a cutting tool, and that's just something where you're leaving a groove, like you're carving in, konnichiwa, where you're just cutting lines in, I consider that what I call a cutting or a drawing tool. And if you come in and you just do this around your nail, you've broken the continuity of this surface to this surface. So with that line in there, you can't tell that this should be going under that. It just looks like two islands sitting next to each other. So instead of, when you have layers or intersecting surfaces, instead of just cutting a line into it, I use SK Twist. Sakaki Kaoru has a set of brushes, and this is part of his brushes. This is actually a hair tool, but it works very well for this. So what you'll notice is that I'm not drawing a line in, I'm creating a scoop. So here, let's take this, show you what's right. You can see it's not cutting a line. What it's doing is it's making a wave shape, right? Like, looks like a wave breaking. And we're going to take advantage of this half round curve and the fact that it pushes this back and in. Now this is very extreme. I'm doing it much more subtle, but so what I've done is I've taken this and rolled that edge. Now I'm going to take SK Clay Fill, and I'm going to come behind this, and I'm filling in the back side of that half round, because I only want the half round on that front surface. And then I'm going to come back in here, and I'm just get rid of that little. So now you can see that that nail is going back and in, but then we have to switch here. And now we go the other direction, right? Because now the nail is in front of the cuticle. And these transitions are incredibly important in selling the idea of something riding above and riding behind a surface. And once you have this, you can take slide and you can shape this, you know, and do whatever you want, because you bring it this way, you're bringing that surface over the other side. If you're pushing it up under. So it allows you to kind of keep that in front of, behind of thing going. Setting to lump there, and but I'm not using it to separate them. So does that make sense? That compared to, let's go back in your history. History stuff. Sakaki Kaoru. Henry will have them. Guy, you know, Henry. Bad brain day. History brush. And I'm going to take this back to the original. So that's what you had. And that's what we've made, right? And I did this subtly. I mean, you can make this bolder, you know, this is fairly subtle, especially compared to the other. You know, you can, like with inflate, something like that. Punch those if you want. But you can see that that nail is going into the finger. These nails are separated and sitting on the top. Right? Does that make sense? And then, like I said, I think that I think your finger's thinner back here than it is in the front.
It looks so beautiful. I love it.
Random Carmetisms. There. Then I'm going to move. Does that make sense? Where? Because the thumb is really the only one that gets fatter at the hip. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure we can find a picture of who get fatter at the head. But we are speaking in generality. And now they can't yell at me about all I know. Sculpt mittens. Why should they take my advice about? I put an end to that tonight.
You think so, huh?
No, I know there's no way in the world that's going to end. But right, just where it tapers in. Okay. I'm so proud of you. You actually have your biceps going up and into the armpits. Yeah. That's probably the number one problem we have with torsos and that bicep insertion. Make sure it's in the right place. That's Roy's. Okay. So, like I said, hand scale issues, pointy fingers, get the nails to go under the finner. Now let's put some pans on. Well, now my question is this: are you going to just get rid of the body and only keep the pants because the pants are obviously thinner than well, my TW twist is just my version of SK twist. Or is there a TW twist line? Is that in my brushes?
Fold line.
What's that?
Fold line. TW fold line.
Is that in my?
I don't know. I only look at the ones that are in that little panel.
I mean, there's plenty. Is there a form line? It might be form. Go in my brushes. Excuse me. TW fold line. I think that fold line was twist before Sakaki. Yeah. So this was my version of twist. Okay, fold used to be, I mean, obviously it still is, but yeah. So TW fold line was my first twist, right? You can see it's pretty close to a twist brush. I just think that Sakake's has, so see how shallow this curve is right here? Where so fold comes in, it stops, and then it curls. And Sakake's is a nicer curve there. It's just whatever the setting is, you can see that this comes in like this, and then you get your fold. Where Sakake's is a little bit more like this, and then you get your fold. So there's less filler you have to fill back in with the fold, and that's why I kind of cut I don't use my fold much. I use Sakake's twist. That is interesting because see, twist is a hairbrush. Fold and nut brush. The twist just has dynamics that were designed to do hair, but it works well on the surface. It's just a subtler, it has a bigger wave to it. So if you want something where you're doing a nice line and the same thing, but where you have a very, I forgot it. It's been so long since this brush. You know, if you want something that has a very nice, consistent roll where it looks more like a line and a bead, fold works better. But yeah. Is this not the one that you're working on?
No, apparently this one is goofed up.
Would you prefer to send the other one? I mean, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. 2 a.m. Pushing to leave. Pack is trash. One day I need to buy a mattress. So. Subdivision. I don't even know. I was watching Shane earlier. Shane's so good at talking. I'm just not that good at it.
What's he talk about?
But to be fair, people converse with him.
What? I said, what does he talk about?
So wait a minute. You say this one's decimated. The last one was 2.2 gigabytes. Oh, that's 150 megabytes. Never mind. I was like, man, you just sent me one that was like 100 times bigger. It wasn't. Decimated to 150 gig. That'd be big. I think my biggest models are what? I think I have some in the 18 to 20 gig range. But those are like the line of. I can get the 2 gig pretty. Yep, we're downloading. Oh, it's an open. Okay. So we go to import. All right. Okay. So yeah, his body's not coming through. much happier life. Yep, I still think your fingers are really big at the end.
They said all the critiques you've given so far are still applicable to this model.
Yeah. And then so play, take twist, and come in here. And give that an edge so it looks like it's a hole, not just a dent. And obviously this is decimated. Smart. Sculptures Pro. Stitch channel. Let's see, at least now it looks like it. I'd actually probably. Your lead wiki. That's good. I would say that I would still probably like to see, even though this is stylized, I think I'd probably like to see at least the inclination of a hole around these. Just so there's an appearance of something penetrating the surface. Right? Because then from back here, even just that little bit makes it feel like it's actually a stitching. And then in seams like this, I find twist is also a very good tool because you go down one direction. Go down. And then you come up. And see how that feels a little bit more like a seam. And then I would probably come pinch and pinch this little bit together. And see how that feels a little bit more like a seam that's been stitched together than just a line. See how that just looks like it's a line that's cut in. That sort of has that feeling of a seam. Also, the thinner part is on top and the thicker part's on the bottom. So I would either wrap this belt around this or have another strap that is going around the bottom. Right. Okay. Obviously do that when you actually have geometry. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm really weird about things that, you know, you're like, okay, well, if you're doing that, that's just gonna, you know, maybe put a stitch there, gives you a nice little place for a little bit of detail. But, you know, you're walking around. if these are these buttons, if they are, right now they're recessed into the surface of the object. So if these are buttons sitting on the surface, once again, make sure that face is not below the surface. Sometimes sculptures can be. Okay. I just turned you off. Right where you actually do have some undercut behind them. And then you have this nice wrinkling fabric. It'd be nice if it started under the button and sort of that is your initiation for that tension is where, whoa. Does that make sense where these are actually the reason that fabric's folding up and over it? Your fabric's good. His face and body look good. Yeah, no, other than that, it's looking great. I would say, I don't know if you plan to print this, but if you're planning to print it, remember that each one of the little holes underneath this thing is going to be a pain in your butt. And also the air spaces in your hair. That'll be a nightmare when you start printing. Now, here, you're doing good until the back. This is one of my eternal pet peeve sort of things. And that is when you're doing hair, don't allow everything to intersect, right? See how this is going through this piece of hair here? Just have that one go down and have this one come up and over. And what's funny is I was going to say you did a really good job on the front, right? Because you don't have much of that intersecting. And like here, it's not really going over and under. I mean, it's coming out from that. So that makes sense. That's fine. But then back here, you have a couple places. Like I would have just pushed this down a little more. So you had like an edge there. So you could definitely see that that's going over that. Yet again, I would bring this up higher or take that down lower. So that's going under that as opposed to through it. And so there are just a couple places that just take a little bit more time. Like here, have that go like that. Don't have it cut into the next surface. Have this coming over. Don't let it end right there. Drag that point up so you can't see it ending there. Say the same thing about this one. Drag it up so they're not starting round. They're starting, like thin things. It's not a thing with the ending on it. Get rid of that bump. Right in here, this could probably, I think, this could come over. That can come under, over. Just make sure that in the back here, I think you just got, not lazy. It was just not what you were looking at. But just be careful about how those intersections have a very big deal as far as the cell about hair. And let's see. Yeah, I might put a little bit of wrinkle there where the garment is getting pinched by the strap. you might want to start this wrinkle instead of being here. Have it start where it's pressing, where that strap is pressing. That fabric would, that is where breaking would be. Elbow got a little in the bend. It kind of got round. And then this got pushed in. Right, you don't get gaps here, you get overlap. Right, that muscle isn't going to get thinner there, it's just going to have. Does that make sense? Same here, your elbow got. Local shift got moved. Right, that bone doesn't get longer or shorter. It just sort of moves to it, and yet again, pinch point, it's right. So when you're bending joints, like you got the arm, it doesn't do this, right? It does this, and then you get a little pinch of fat, or tissue. Right. And then it's just the seam line. Right. It's not a scoop. Mm-mm. Right. That's still a little bit. Thank you. Change. And yeah, excuse me. A good way to deal with feathers after you get them like this, I would just take snake hook and just give it a little pull, and that'll give you sort of that, opposed to too small, but you can see that like a little flare. All right. Say other than that, it's looking good. Yeah, trust me, I get very lazy, so it's not a. It happens. Oh man. Oh yeah, I can't believe it's not even 11 yet. I feel beat up. Do you have any questions? Looks great. I want a hot cocoa. I wonder if we have any.
I'll go check.
Oh my! I had a soda, and I haven't been drinking sodas again, and I'm pretty acidic on. I know this is like Tommaso's health care stream. What happens when you're old, broken? Stream. Oh. Okay. Looks good. All right. Everybody give me 1 minute. And see if a roommate will make it. I'll be right back. Now I'm becoming one of those people who I'll be back. First question. Oh, tell me there's water in here. Right on. And someone's making me hot cocoa. Right? I wonder if we could find it.
Find what?
A pen. Or I was reading my brain.
You read some wild stuff.
I was like, Etsy pen, a t-shirt in Mod Dirty Blue. It's a weird color. I don't know.
Yeah, I've actually been working on designing one with the print all over. You can make the whole shirt any color you want.
Yeah, I think that should make some pen.
Yeah. So Miko was asking me.
Why
I
you
used
shut
to have
down?
an Etsy store
Yeah.
where I sold custom pens that I made, um, and I shut it down because I started getting really into the jewelry making, and I spent less and less time at the lathe making pens, and it just seemed too much to try and keep up with both. So I just shut it down.
Now you can jewelry.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
With that.
he just sent me a link to one of the pens that I made.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun pen to make. There's actually quite a lot of iron filings mixed into that resin blank
Cool.
that I made.
So
So
it
there's
dulled your cutters like horribly.
no, they're carbide.
Ah.
But that's why you can see like around where I tried to make it look like fire. There's these really dark patches.
Mm-hmm.
It's where the iron oxides settled
Cool.
into the resin.
Yeah. See, it drives me nuts when I love a big fat pin, but like most of the pin kits go down to like that little ring,
Mm-hmm.
and that drives me nuts.
Yeah, this is a slimline kit. It was never made for barrels that big.
Sure. But I mean, it's hard to
I really
find.
like the way it feels.
It's hard to find pin kits that are fat. I showed
Yeah.
you that. What was that company that made the? It's a weird name. It's almost like an Italian. Oh, I miss my. I had one of these. Namiki makes beautiful pins. I randomly ran into one of the guys that makes uh, the Nightline Namiki pin, and he and I started chatting a lot on the airplane when we were flying to Tokyo. He still Dontero, is that it? I've won it. I live. They make exquisite, but I love this shape of. They make one in just this in the Yorushi. Holy hand! This is such a gorgeous. The lacquer is so thick on it. It's just really deep and beautiful. Oh. But the days of me spending thousands. Yeah. Real red lacquer is sexy. Lacquer geek. Love it. Love it. I definitely think we should make some pins. You are. Thank you. Much needed. Mucho needed. So did everyone have a good week? What's going on out there?
I had a good week. Yesterday I went up to Muir Woods.
Oh, I
which
love
is
Muir
like-
Woods. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, beautiful. All the redwoods and taking a hike and all that. I think we went like 7 miles.
Muir Woods is gorgeous. It's really just a spectacular.
Now my bones hurt.
I think sleeping on an inflatable mat. When I move to California, I have to get a bed. No more sleeping on it. I think this is,
And that should just be a rule no matter where you go.
yeah, it's just having something I can put away very easily is instrumental. This room really isn't designed for me having a studio. That was never in the plan. So basically, it's just a ploy to sell liquor here.
It sounds like it.
I see how this is going.
Cheap liquor, extremely fancy box, and then a mediocre pen. 140,000.
Was he talking about the pen that I was looking at just now that was 130,000?
No, that's my new business plan.
Oh,
That's what they want me to do.
I think it's a good plan. I like it. Get $8 kits and sell them for 130,000.
Yeah. I mean, now that I have, at this point, I have a real metal lathe and I can do casting and all that. At this point, I really don't need the pen kits.
Right? Getting good nibs is tricky.
Yeah. I mean, I'll still need ink cartridges and whatnot. I'm not going to make my own.
No.
Oh.
No. I was blown away at how much some of the expensive or some of the nice nibs are.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Mont Blanc has a custom nib manufacturer. Like, you can order nibs from their nib makers. And there's some sexy. I was never the biggest Mont Blanc fan.
There's a couple extra letters in there.
I was never one of the biggest Mont Blanc fans. Jesus, how come I can't say that?
One more time. You got this.
I was never one of the biggest Mont Blanc fans. I mean, they make a nice pen, whatever. But they make great nibs. But their pens, I mean, they're just not very sexy. And then when they started to do art pens, they just started to get ridiculous. What Saint Dupont? Absurdity. That's why I think I should make, because I am equally as absurd as any of the people. Absurd stuff. My story, sticking to it. Good pens are pretty cool. There's some neat. When I was still doing a lot of drawing, when I was in Japan, I got a really, really, really nice fountain pen that had a brush tip,
Oh, interesting.
But it was a really nice one, so it really laid down ink well. It was sexy. In Museum Row in London, there's a place that has like a bunch of pens, from like the 1600s, and some of those cool. There's one from an abbey, and it's made out of the bones. The guy who ran the abbey, and they made a pen out of it.
Neat.
I was like, yeah. He was a scribe. He's like, yeah, something you can scribe with. I just love when they make things up. Bones, the cathedral in Prague. Well, in Bohemia. That's just, I like they make coats of arms and stuff. Bone.
Oh, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, it's really famous. But yeah, they went hog wild with it. It was pretty wild. Yeah, that talk about the Black Cat stuff was interesting.
Did you watch that?
Yeah.
Neat.
You know, it is just always fascinating where, you know, so much of the mythologies and stuff come from, how they're appropriated and either made bad or good, and you know.
Mm-hmm.
One man's holidays, the man's horror show. um, you know, my friend Mike and Liz had Brandon, you know, and I guess he's been playing horror games at night. You know, he's been streaming playing horror games, which cracks me up because he's a scaredy cat. Like you can jump scare him in the middle of the afternoon, you know, any day of the week ever. And just the fact that he's playing horror games. It's terrible. Do you play any of the
I
horror
like
games?
a good horror game.
You do?
It's been a while since I played a horror game, but they're definitely some of my favorite kind of games to play, especially in VR.
Yeah. I think, what's it called? Hot Shot or Red Shot or
Super Hot?
yeah, Super Hot. Is that it? Is that the one
The
that
one where you sort of freeze time
yeah.
when you're not moving? Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably now to be fair, I haven't seen many actual VR games. But that I think from what I've seen is one of the best uses of VR in the sense of it does something that you can't do by not. There's no way you could do that on a console. You know, like you really do have to move. You really do have to, you know.
So I think they do make a regular PC version of that game where, you know, with WASD or if you're holding your controller by using the thumbsticks,
Yeah.
you moving makes time move forward, but it's definitely not the same.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't adapt it, but it's surely not as compelling, you know. Because I was like, wow, this is really a fascinating usage, you know, incorporating time into it by motion.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was just really cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool game.
It's neat.
Sean Davis said that he plays the PC version and he enjoys it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you ever played the VR version?
I think the thing that makes the VR version so unique and interesting is that you can do stuff that the game hasn't really planned for. Like when you know you're in a tough situation and your gun is out of bullets and there's a guy coming at you with a knife, you can throw your gun at his head, and then in the time moving, he will like die and throw his knife into the air, and you can jump up in VR and grab it and then throw it at another guy that's coming at you.
Yeah.
And like go underneath of a table, grab a bottle, and shatter it on a desk, and then stab somebody with it. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I can't imagine how
being-
those mechanics would work
Yeah,
with a console.
yeah. There's a certain feeling of ownership of having accomplished that thing for yourself when there's a physical aspect to it.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think if you like the game in PC, I guarantee you'd love it in VR, because that's the first VR game I ever really played. And my friend worked at, what's that company called that made the headset? Facebook owns
Oh, Oculus.
Oculus. He worked with Oculus, and I went down to the
Mm.
little thing in Seattle. And I played that for a while. I was like, this is awesome. He was like, oh, look, there are all these beautiful ones. I'm like, yeah, but this
No.
one is VR, you know? I mean, like, yeah, they're pretty, but I mean, I just think that it's every cool aspect of what
Yeah.
doing something not in a console, where your motion, your rhythm, your timing, your awareness of space all make it better and or worse, you know? Because like you said, spatial awareness is crazy in that. You haven't played Cyberpunk? I haven't played any.
I just finally updated Cyberpunk today.
Did you?
Yeah,
I think I don't.
just to log in and see if there's anything new.
It's funny. I don't think I've. I don't think I even have it installed.
Oh, probably not.
Um, but I'll tell you, that was a great stress relief. Just running around beating things up with rubber toys is.
Yeah, now you've got a 3090 too.
Yeah.
It'll look even better.
Oh yeah. No. Stomp that game. Visually, I do have one of the machines in the world that you actually can get the benefit of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I have to admit, I'm a little white 3090 jealous.
Well, mine's not white anymore. I ripped all the stuff off of it and put a big black cooling plate on it for water.
Oh, that wasn't the cooling setup?
No, I mean it comes. I got the white version because that's what was available to me, and it has all those fans on it. It's a really nice looking card, but my computer is black and gold top to bottom, so I'm
Yeah.
not putting a big white card in it.
No, Big White Card was made for my.
It was made for your machine.
Shame we didn't have that option.
Nope.
I really should send that RAM back.
You really should.
I'll do it before the end of the year, I promise. Am I just being petty now? Is that considered petty?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
probably.
Fine. Fine. I'll try to do it this week. How's that? I love when I talk to him. I was like, yeah, I'm going to a trade show and I'll deal with you when you get back. He goes, don't blame you.
It's looking a little grumpy.
So, Kermit, are you here? Probably quit by now. You always ask, how do you know? Right here. This is that point. Is everyone looking forward to the summit? So I found out what the...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I am.
We're sponsored. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You should pay attention to the summit. We're giving away memberships to CBJW as part of our sponsor summit. Okay. Now, yeah, actually, Eric and I are presenting on Monday. I don't know what the percentages are, but yeah, every summit, that's the only time, the summit is the only time they ever discount the program. And I mean, to be fair, their margins are tight on the program. It's not like anyone's making millions off. He's very kind. The keeping ZBrush affordable is awesome. We haven't had a Blender troll in a while. Or have I just not been paying attention?
No, it's been a little while.
I was watching, can't think of it. He does really beautiful portrait work. You know, and he's been part of the community forever. I can barely remember. But he was streaming on Twitch, and on his the rules of his chat are like, don't talk about Blender, I don't use Blender, I don't care about Blender, stop asking me about Blender. And he then you know how you, like, cuss words that'll start out, it's like, if you cuss again, blah blah blah. So Blender is a cuss word on his site. You can get banned for using it.
Nice.
I was like, yeah, we know what we're gonna do with my Twitch channel. See how you all of a sudden everyone started talking.
I mean, you asked for it.
Blender's fine. I mean, you know, it's not. I have nothing against it. But it's just like me going to, you know, a motorcycle race and asking them why they don't race Ford, you know, pickup trucks. It's like, well, because this is a motorcycle race. You know, it's like, well, why don't you use it? It's like, because I've spent 16 years trying to figure out how to use this program. I don't need to try to figure out another one, man. You know, it's like my poor brain don't work like that. You have any big Halloween plans?
My anniversary.
Oh, that's right.
Got married on Halloween.
Her birthday.
Cool.
Then I'm a week after.
Ooh. Got plans for your birthday?
Not really. I mean, normally I would go to Shinya's house and he makes gyoza.
Mm-hmm.
So I might do that. We haven't really talked about it. But I do need to go visit. Something that
How far away is she?
Midwest.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's sometime in Arizona with her other sister. Wintering. Pretty soon, that's the only thing you're going to be able to do in there. 200 degrees every summer. Tony and I were giggling about, God forbid that Rio ever asks us to move to Albuquerque.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, can't we do it somewhere else? I mean, like, pretty much anywhere else. Have you been to Albuquerque?
Yeah, I wish they'd set up a shop somewhere around here.
Yeah, no doubt. Except California.
Oh,
I mean,
what is the date of your summit appearance?
whatever that Monday, mid afternoon.
Is that the
But
25th?
something like that. But I will say that I don't know if everything's set in iron yet, so
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't pay any of my proclamation.
And that's just, true in general.
Yeah, pretty much. Unless you're asking me about a model. Pretty much useless for everything else. That's not, I give good life. Run! Actually, I have very good run identification skills. Nope, that's a red sign. Run! At the moment, there is no one in line. That's why I'm sculpting bats. Or whatever this.
I wonder if this person didn't just submit 2 models, because in the seconds that they asked that, two new files showed up.
I see a buzzkill over there. Well, let's see what you got.
Hello.
Hello, hello. How are we doing?
Really good on you guys.
Very good.
I was sculpting and I was thinking when was the next time you were gonna be alive
Mm-hmm.
with critic sessions, and then I just kind of went to Twitch and you were there and was like, oh,
It's like magic.
look at that. Yeah, it's like magic.
Unzip. So Henry, I just want you to see something.
Okay, I'm looking.
Look at this. My C drive is almost halfway full.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Nobody needs 2 terabyte C drive.
Yep. Still entirely true.
I've
And the
never
word
seen
needs is
so
the
many
key.
hard drives together.
That isn't a quarter of the hard drives he has.
Well, I don't have them. You have all my hard drives.
Yeah, I know. All 76 terabytes of them.
Is that it? I thought there was.
Uh,
That's how many files there are. 76 terabytes of files. I think it's like 120 terabytes of drives.
yeah, it probably is. I've got them all boxed up to throw into the friggin' ocean.
No! Those cost a fortune.
Yeah.
There's a lot of drives in there.
Too bad. The ocean is hungry.
Not right now. The ocean got plenty of oil right now. I don't think it needs. My drive. I really like. Is that
What?
what happened here?
Okay,
All right. Well, we got this guy.
do I have to merge all the subtools for me to export them, or how does it
Mm,
work?
for an OBJ, that's interesting. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead and just merge all of them. Like, just open them up, merge visible. That'll give you a different subtool that has them all merged, so you don't actually have to merge them all. Just turn them on, hit merge visible, and then that'll give you a merged model. Export that as an OBJ, and then I can split it to parts.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, because
Hopefully, you can split it to parts once it's an OBJ.
You should be able
think
to.
it might. Yeah,
It shouldn't
that'll be
bind them.
interesting.
It shouldn't. It should come
Because-
over in parts.
Okay.
I mean, there may be a setting that binds them, but OBJ should come over in different layers. That shouldn't be a.
So one more file. Because the dragon is incomplete either. Like
It's okay.
the mouth isn't there.
His lower jaw.
Mm-hmm.
See, he's very much like. I like your scale differences. You know how you broke up the scales. That's.
Think.
I do think though.
But wait, let me. I'm exporting this one.
Sure.
I'm not looking at Twitch right now.
Okay. Well, then I will hold off. Oh. The videos I just recorded for Summit, though, I totally didn't take my earrings off. There's some chiming.
That's what the people want.
They want the chime. So is my Is my video clear on Twitch? Or is it just me that it's blurry here?
No, looks fine.
All right. Can't imagine why it's faster internet than God. So we're a sponsor of the summit. So we will give, or the Pixologic will give a membership away on
4 memberships away.
Yeah, each day of the summit.
And certainly we'll do a ZBJW discount too.
What?
Yep. My call. I control it.
You're like,
Can't
I'm the
even
only
stop me.
I'm the only one who can change the price on this stuff. So guess
Right.
what? It's happening, buddy.
You don't even know what buttons to push to stop me.
I bet even if I did, I don't have the authority to push them.
Probably.
I would say it's probably a safe assumption that that's not something I'm going to do. Yes, so pay attention to the summit giveaways. They always ask such hard questions like, what letter does ZBrush start with?
Okay,
The
merge
most important
visible
thing is
didn't work,
make
so-
sure you're there.
Yeah. Because they don't give.
Yep. They will move on to the next person who is there.
Did you just upload it?
No, because the merge visible didn't work, so I merged them down.
Oh,
And
okay.
I just didn't save.
Why didn't merge visible?
It just, I don't know what, it did something weird.
Like merged them all onto a different subtool? Or onto a different tool?
But it didn't just, like, it didn't only merge the ones that I wanted, it merged other ones.
Did you have them visible?
Nope.
I
Yeah,
don't
merge
know.
visual doesn't work well for me either. I always just merge down, merge down, merge down.
How does it
I
not
just-
work right for you?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
What are you doing wrong on this one?
I don't know.
I don't
'cause
think
it
I've
seems
ever
like a
had
really
merge
obvious
visible
thing.
fail. I've used
Mine
it for.
always fails.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I've got to do a merge. Hold on. He has a bunch of parts. Okay, so we are going to turn everyone off. Make sure folders are turned off, right? We have folders. All right, so everybody's turned off. I want this. I want the body. Whatever this is. I want the axe. And whatever these are. Okay. Right? All we have are the things that are visible. Merge visible. Then we go up to our merge.
Well, but that's because you work for Pixologic. So
I don't work
everything
for
works for you.
I don't work for Pixologic. And there you go. It's all split up
Okay.
into parts.
On my screen, I have 4 subtools, 3 of which are now visible. And I click merge visible. Oh, it goes to a new tool.
Yeah, it goes to a tool that says merged.
Yeah, I knew that. I was testing you.
You're like, this never works. And then all of a sudden you can't figure out why you have 15 tools up there named merged.
I'm looking at my list of subtools and I'm like, it didn't do anything. They're all 4 of them are still right here.
Yeah, no. It creates a new tool called merged.
Well, I've never thought to look up and slightly left.
See.
I mean,
No one
I
taught me that, Tomas.
I still don't know like all the figures that are up there. Like I don't know how they appeared.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you did it.
I don't know because I had 15 as well, and I just tried to look one of them and it wasn't right. So, but
I believe
I
you.
don't know. I
Hmm.
don't know.
Wish we could share screens. Merge vis. Excuse me. Merge visible's like one that usually works for me. Okay, so we're gonna because we. But then again, I didn't know about load tools from projects, so. And I guess that's nothing new. That's been there for 10 years.
Okay, it's uploaded. Yeah, it's been there for
And I
quite a
had
while.
no idea. So we're always telling everyone don't upload ZPRs because I have to open the ZPR. I don't. You can load tools from project. Paul showed me that the other day. I almost passed out. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what? You're kidding me. I've been yelling at my students for like 13 years. I can't. I'm sick of your host projects. I don't want to be in your project. Well, little did I know I didn't have. Learn something new every day. All right. So Venom OBJ, is that what we're looking at?
Yeah. And the dragon one.
Yeah, there are all kinds of brushes that, like, Reconstruct Subdivision was one when I was doing. So now the projection stuff is a completely different thing. But when I first developed this whole reproject, project sort of dividey thing, it was to do what reproject subdivisions does. And I had no Paul was like, that push that button, like, you are kidding me. And yeah, no joke, it worked. And now with the gizmo, reprojects it. All right, I am importing this, but it is not in that folder.
I'm just hoping I exported the right thing.
Well, I got his head.
Okay, yeah, that's it. I was working right now in it, like it isn't finished, but I didn't know how to do like the how is it called? Change. I'll send a picture in the Discord server
Okay.
of the reference that I'm using.
I can find that. And you're going to put it in
General?
general chat? No.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. General.
Oh, general. That is up high. There it is. General.
So the things that are on top of the eye, I don't know how to do those. So I just did some random stuff, but I don't think it looks good.
On top of the eye. So are you talking about the tendrils, or are you talking about the texture of the eye?
No. The tendrils, I
Yeah.
guess the
Sure.
it's the black thing, not the white thing.
Okay. Sure. All right. Well, let's discuss tendrils. What do you have? 6 million? Yeah, you were just using the stripes or the streaky thing.
Yeah.
So how I generally do this kind of stuff is when you are trying to do it and you're designing it, right? You're like, okay, I'm going to put this line here and this line here. Very often we lose the organic feeling of it because we're trying to contrive where things go. And so this is where I use my form bump quite a bit. And so I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to do this intersection and turn it just a little. And I'm going to come in. Nope, it's off. Cases up. So I'm doing positive and negative. And then I'm going to take SK trim, flatten, or H polish. It depends on which one works better on the surface. At this point, I don't. And I'm just coming in. See how SK trim sort of bites. And so now this is starting to give me some organic form.
Yeah.
And then I'll probably come in. A form. Make my brush smaller. And kind of start. This time I'm going sort of the now kind of doing it with a rhythm or a flow pattern. And yet again, doing it positive and negative. And I'm just sort of getting that, the rhythm of how it's traveling. I'm back in. And I'm just surface. But I'm starting.
So you're pressing Alt and letting go like a bunch of times? Or
Yeah, exactly. So
okay.
I'm so I'm laying it in like this, and then negative, and then positive, and then negative. But you can see that I'm trying to get that feel of the rhythm of how it's flowing out, right? It's kind of tighter up here. And then obviously that's way too big. Show you clearly. And knock those edges up. And so what that's starting to do is build sort of a matrix of the flow of the surface. I then would come in. I'll then come in and well, this is a place that history actually becomes important if I knew that I was doing this all the way. Our first thing here, control, we're going to make that history. We're going to come over here. So we start to get this little rhythm and flow thing going. Now, I'm going to take my history brush and I'm small. Then history. Okay, that's weird. That's why it's not working. We had a
Oh.
star there. Now it should. And so now with History Brush, okay, I'm going to come in and just sort of go along with some of these surfaces, right? And take it back the head places. And then take twist. And start to get, you know, like these things going. And if you're following some of these forms, right, they're a little bit more organic than what, you know, if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to draw a line. Well, here we have this line here, right? And, you know, these came out of a random dispersal brush, right? So I like to find some of these patterns because they, you know, they're initiated in something random. And now you can come in and identify the line. And you can obviously be more aggressive than, you know, this is pretty subtle. But
I love it.
and you can see how that's starting to feel that. You can come back in with the form and, you know, kind of fill these in. You can make them thicker or thinner. Pressure sensitivity is a big deal because it lets you, you know, create thicker little nundrels. And here you can come back and take clay fill and come back in and fill some of the lumps in, just so it's not always so chattery. And you can then, or whatever, come back and just knock down some of the edges so it doesn't become so lumpy, right? And if you just build it up slowly back and forth, you know, you get these really nice organic, oops. Get rid of those lips, right? We don't want to be digging into the surface. And that winds up being a quicker way of coming up with things that are a little bit more organic. And like I said, this is pretty small. I didn't really do to the bigger scale. You know, you just do it bigger, you know.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I wanted. You did subdivide the model again, right? Yeah, you went to 25 million.
Yeah, 26.
Okay.
But I also find just like I'm kind of doing this with my brush. I'm not doing this with my brush. I just have a little bit of chatter to it, and I'm following lines that have chatter to them. And it just keeps, especially with twists, you get these weird little flumps and gloops and bumps. And you know, if you're doing this big, I would say I would come back in with my clay fill, use it negative under these, use positive on top, and come back in and establish layer. Come back, knock the bumps down. Right, you just keep doing it just one step at a time, and you can start to really get some nice organic writhiness. And then SK cloth is another good one since it has some gravity to it. It does. It's nice because it can be very pressure sensitive too, so you can do stuff that's very light. Get into right because with the gravity, it gives you like a really nice kind of weighted edge,
Mm-hmm.
and especially if you do them like in waves. This is another that tenderly. Right. By just stroking over it, you're now homogenizing tendrils, not just lines. Yeah.
And then we use the trim dynamic again, right?
Yeah. You know, and you know, inflate can also be good if you're trying to get sort of that bubbly, bullious, bullious. If you turn it up pretty high. And then just kind of go back and over on it. You can get sort of that veiny, sort of lumpy, bubbly
Hmm.
And instead of just going like this, I'm really kind of going back and forth, you know. So you're not just getting straight lines, you're getting this build up on it. And that often looks like, you know, the veins that are kind of bulging out and kind of, you know, because a lot of people do this, right? When they have that vein thing going. But the thing that's happening in those is you have a vein like this, right? That normally does this. And then now you're filling it with, you know, you're almost overloading it with blood. So it's really doing more like that. You know, it's actually kind of overinflating and bubbling that way instead of it actually going back and forth. And I find inflate's a good tool because technically that's literally what's happening to the vein, you know.
And never used inflate like that.
Yeah, inflate's a good, weird little lumpy, sort of nasty, wormy, explodey, veiny thing. You know, I love inflate. Inflate's a really good tool. The other thing I really like inflate to do is when I'm hash marking, you know, everything's very sharp, right? You have all these tools that are sharp, but often I really want them to be pretty subtle scoops. So I use inflate and turn it down. And it's good on something like this. Get it big. Like if you're just trying to get it to feel like, you know, sort of tension coming off. Come back and inflate to it, and right, because inflate's going to take anything. Like inflate doing a half thing gives you a dome, right? But here it's going to bulge out like off the sides. So, you know, when you're doing something like this, coming back in with inflate over things that you just cut. It does like some effects. And then everything with play tube, you know, where but you know, this gives you the really nice sort of nasty or bubbly goopy stuff. Yeah. So that's a handful of options to kind of start.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna use it. It looks so good. I like it.
Yeah, it's. I think inflate actually is the most overused for the wrong thing and underused for the good things it does.
I mean, to be honest, I only use it when I have clothes and I have to like
Close the
put it
holes.
on top. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only way I use inflate.
Yeah, it does some really. It's really good for organic, weird nastiness, you know.
Looks so good.
Get it small. Nasty. I would play with some of that. I'm so
That's what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted.
The funny 8 would be rough. 16.
RAM.
RAM? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll run on 8. But
I'm just thinking that I have to do that in the entire head. It's gonna take me a lot of time.
you know what? You'll discover quickly that if you just keep your hand moving, just keep moving. That's the key. And sometimes if you get it, weird things to inflate, right? It does. You can see that these are overlapping a lot. But sometimes if you come back in and smooth them, sometimes it gives you some really interesting. That did, but sometimes it. Yeah, it's. I love texturing. It's a lot of fun, especially if you're doing it by hand. I mean, like you know, you can find a good texture. I mean, well, the other thing is you say this is going to take you forever, but let's say you really find a part you love. There is always Extractor, right? So, yeah. Extractor.
I mean, yeah, now that I know how to do it, it's gonna be more fun. But since I didn't know, I was just struggling, to be honest.
Okay. We have to bring this point back. Sometimes Extractor goes to where the history is. There's some odd effects of some of the brushes that are history. Now. That sentence made absolutely no. Because of history, brushes that use history often do things you don't think they're going to do. It's taking a long time. There's no point. Come on. You can stop. Let's see what this. Oh, I'm doing this on a 26 million poly. That's why it's like, give me a minute here. I got a lot to process. Oh, Carmen is here. We were laughing. Well, that's not necessarily true. Was I making fun of Carmen?
No. You were not laughing at her.
No.
You were laughing because you were decimating. Not decimating. Dynameshing and remeshing and all that.
Oh, that's right. And that's always the question.
She likes
wants
to ask
know
when she should decimate or remesh.
Yes. So, Carmita, if you're still here, we can show you on the back. I was like, I wasn't making fun of her, was I?
No. It just would have been a place where she typically would have said something.
Yes.
And we were surprised not to hear from her.
And now she's off doing something.
No, she's here.
Oh my!
And now she's off doing something.
Were you guys seriously laughing at me when I wasn't on?
No. We were actually laughing that you weren't on at the time that a question that you always ask, the answer came up and you weren't there. So we were laughing that you weren't there when the answer to a question that you normally ask was there.
Okay, so I go console a sick friend for like 5 minutes, and I come back, and I find out you guys were making fun of me.
We weren't making fun of you. Much. Much. Not much.
What were you guys talking about? Decimation or
When to
Remeshing.
remesh. You know, you always ask, when do I remesh? And I'm like, when you need to.
Yeah, that sounds like something you would say.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna kill this because I think I asked it something. 10 other programs open and streaming.
I mean, if yours didn't do it,
Oh, it'll do it. It'd just take forever. The problem is that that brush is not designed to be used with that much resolution,
volume. Okay.
and so that was more asking a brush to do something that it wasn't really designed or wanted to do. Come on.
Does Inflate do anything cool with the shift button? Or no, that's Snake Hook.
Did Snake Hook do with the shift button? Oh, it travels on the surface. It locks to the surface.
Which is the one that makes like the perfect circles or the? I was like.
Well, Snake Hook, if you hold down one of the buttons, it snaps to surface.
Yeah.
I think it's control, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought the brush that you were using came with ZBrush. It doesn't.
Which one?
The form one.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
just
form
made
bump.
those. Yeah, form comes. It's just form bump. Have you not downloaded my brushes? Oh, it's Alt. Thank you. And it has to be on a different subtool, right?
What?
Here, I'm going to show you. This is actually another thing that's kind of cool. Inspire you a little.
So for the form, I can use the clay brush and then just add the.
Yeah. But here, this is also, if you take Snake Hook, turn on Sculptris Pro, hold down Alt, should snap to the surface, right? So you can get stuff like this going on your surface. See how it's...
Okay, that's so good. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's a good one too. And that could be a way for you to get, you know, some of this, you know, you can quickly just get it out and on, and then, you know, that gives you at least, you know, a rough breakdown or a feel. And then you can make small, can, you know, get some of that. Just backy, the sort of goopy. And then once you kind of have that sort of in the mode that you want it, you can come back in with Inflate and make that. This is where you might, where it has a little bit more consistent resolution, and then come in with Inflate. And you can take this and go up there.
So Tomas,
Bananas.
I accidentally hit. I think I hit snapshot to grid or something under draw, and when I turn on floor, it makes my mesh like black.
Makes your mess what?
My mesh black.
Black?
Yeah, and I don't know how to fix this.
Actually, it's probably just come over to your color bar over here and just drag it up to white. I think it's N or Z.
Yeah.
What's that? Did it work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like 15 minutes.
Should have asked earlier.
Self-sufficient.
Well. Okay. I was about to make fun of you.
I feel like after all this time, I have thick skin. Yeah, I don't think inflate and shift does any extra feature.
And I was trying to get inflate to alt to hopefully it would snap to it, but yeah, but I think you get it.
Yeah. Yep.
Because now I'm just sitting here making which is fine. I don't know if it's helpful. Yep.
Yeah.
Made that comment about the lightning. I've been like waiting for like some massive explosion out there, but I guess that's only in the movies.
Oh no, I bet if it got a good strike, it would ignite. I mean, it's oil.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, that would not be pleasant. Laguna Beach burns to the ground because of flaming waves. What's that, sir?
I know. Nextdoor.com would be like going nuts.
Yes.
No, I was gonna ask you, what do you think like about the rest of the model without taking?
Well, I think it's definitely getting there. I think that, once again, your transition is where the issue is.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that you're just, I think you're still in an early phase. So some of the things I would say aren't necessarily relevant, if that makes sense. I think that what I would do to prevent some of this, where you're digging deep into the face early, I'm not saying that you shouldn't, dig into the face because, he sort of takes over. It's not like it's on top of like this side, I mean, it's obviously the whole face is distorting. But this is a transition area. So I would definitely keep the head without venom on it as a place that you can use your history brush and go back to, if that makes sense. And then, because another reason why you're finding it sort of hard to bridge is because there isn't anything to bridge. What I mean by that is, this being first a distinct separation, right? And that separation isn't there. So you're missing some of the places that this transition is happening. And it also, it doesn't allow you to have sort of some of the airspace between. So come in, I'm going to do a big roll. I'm definitely getting a separation in those two surfaces, right? Now I'm going to come.
I tried using the twist brush, but I just think it didn't look good because I was noticing the same thing that you're telling me right now, but anything that I did looked good.
Right on. So I just used twist there, right? And I just gave it a big roll. And
Oh,
then,
that looks good.
well, I probably used a much bigger twist roll than would be my guess. If you're saying it didn't look good, you probably used a smaller radius.
Yeah, and I also used it on top of what I had before.
So you
Like
can see we now have an undercut there, right? So that surface is rolling over. And so then I would come in and probably use clay fill and decide where this is now coming over onto, let's turn clay fill. And just find some places where it's coming over onto the face, right? Because it's coming over and the head's coming under, the goop's coming over. And just figuring out where those. So now I got that. We have a few places that over and under. I'm gonna take twist again, just so I'm just using this as an identifier. So, and I'm also going to start developing surface tension. So here I'm just sort of defining my clay tubes and get a rhythm in. So there's surface tension, right? Because as this is coming down, you know, that's got to be sort of tense there. Because this is coming up and over, that's coming under. So these would be sort of scoopy areas because you have the surface tension of these things going across from up to down. There's airspace under it. And I find that, especially with things like this, it's really more, in some ways, straight lines to begin with. And then instead of it being, I mean, they eventually wind up being curves, but what you have is a surface membrane that's stretching out, right? So as that surface membrane comes up, it's really an arc, and then the arc breaks, and then the arc breaks, right? So these are sort of contact points. And what you get is these are those moments of the scooping where that's going that way, that's kind of doing that, right? And so instead of it being a curve, it's really sort of a series of straight lines. And that's how you're developing what's coming out, what's scooping in. You know, this is coming up and under to that point, and then over to that point. And then these turn into, you know, these surface tension points. Right, and so you figure out what's happening with that membrane. And now, instead of coming back and texturing things that are flat, now you know that you have these tension in surface membrane. And just cut. And you're putting the spines or the bones in it, right? These are the things that are supporting the main structure. Get a little form bump in here. So. Take my clay tube and run the surface pattern over it. And start to define some of the fine members. Did we just die? Henry? Hello?
Can the rest of you hear me?
I can now hear you.
I can. Yeah, I can hear you
Okay.
too.
Can you hear me? I just lost chat.
Yeah.
I just lost restream chat.
Ooh.
Interesting. Is it still sending restream to?
Yeah, let me check YouTube here.
Interesting.
Yep, we lost YouTube. So Restream died.
Interesting.
I will try to keep my eye on both and relay any messages from YouTube.
It's really funny. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what to do about that. And you can see that inflating created some of those cracks. And by smoothing it out, we're getting some of the cracks. But with the lumps as your substructure, and then coming over it and stroking in like the membrane texture, you wind up getting.
When I'm at high subdivision level, the smooth brush it's almost useless.
Well, that's why you just lower your subdivision. Uh-oh. I lost my. Did you not have subdivision?
Yeah, no, I do, but I feel like it's not the same if I use the smooth brush on the lower subdivisions.
Well,
Because,
no,
like,
it's much more aggressive. Hold on. For some reason, Don't know who's my subdivision. Okay, just do this. Duplicate. Weird. Well, this is why you keep your subdivision. Restream just again. Okay. What does it do? Where's the remeshing? Oh, because I didn't. Let's try. I don't know what. Taking. All right, so that's 15,000. Yeah. Adapt. Live when. Oh, these teeth are separate, aren't they? Are these each individuals?
Yep.
Split. Because I just want. And now. Because we're working over the side of the head, so I'm not too worried. Mm-mm.
So there you're just putting more geometry, so the project can be it's better, right?
Yeah, just because that, see, like right here, you can see that this is out of the projection range.
Yeah.
Let's turn this off, right? So you can see that this is too far out. And this is too far in. This sort of up. Now these are those points, so we know, because these were independent. of, but since we're only, really what I wanted to show you was over, so I'm not stressing about it. Now I got it up. It's a little lumpy. I'm just going to lower my res, come back in, and just really smooth, or just really lightly smooth this. And actually, I'm going to here. I'm going to make this history. And now when we come over here, I can project history instead of project all. In this way, I don't have, I can see very quickly, like see all this is above. So I'm just going to smooth that. And then these are still behind. So I'm just history.
So I always hear everybody uses the smooth stronger that someone recommended me in
I
chat,
always
but
use smooth strong.
that's not on my ZBrush.
It is up here. In your brushes up here.
Oh, okay.
Where? And your smooth brushes are smooth. And smooth stronger should be somewhere. Yeah, there's smooth stronger.
Okay, got it.
And in your stroke menu or down here in your modifiers menu in tools, it might be in transform. No, it'll be over here in your brush menu under modify. Smooth brush modify. Down here, minimum connected to be 1. But weighted smooth mode, this is also, you can drag that over, and that's smoothing strong. I think smooth stronger is this brush. It's just weighted smooth strength, like it's weighted smooth strong.
Okay.
So it is there.
All right.
So here, that was 1. So let's come back. Yeah, see, weighted smooth mode 1. So smooth stronger is just smooth with weighted smooth 1 instead of the. Yeah, stop. Windows is like, wow, you push that button a lot. All right, so history.
I know it's late, but is there like a 2-sentence answer to why you use history instead of projectile?
It's a little more accurate, and also it allows me to see the model without the other model on top of it, right? So when I do my projection, right? So if we project all, I have to have this turned on, and then I hit project all. You have to have you have to have the other one turned on, right?
Oh, okay. You see through and it's annoying.
Right. And often you don't see where it's missing, right? And so if we turn that off, you can see that it missed here. right? And it missed right there. So I can easily come in here and just see where my mesh is sort of messing up. And then just grab clay tubes and fill it in a little there. Fill it in a little here. It just gives you a slightly more control over what's happening. And I don't know, I find that it projects a little cleaner. With a little less of that, you know, the triangle jumping to other things. It'll still do it if you have it set up oddly, but
makes sense. Because I'm always having to turn off the other one and then see the holes,
right.
and turn it back on.
Where project history, you know, as we're sitting here looking at it, it's projecting to that original point, and it just allows us to see what's happening a little bit more, you know, just promptly. It's one step you don't have to do. And for some reason, I find that because it knows what the shape is supposed to be, it tends to hit it cleaner. I don't know if that's true or not. You know what I mean? It's,
yeah.
I'm not quite sure if that's true, but it sure feels that. And I've done projections sitting next to one another, and I feel it's true. And see, here's another place where, you know,
you're not setting like your projection distance. It's just like,
no, you are setting a projection distance, but no, that's interesting. Project or what it's because it's not project history. Should need this turned off. Like, why isn't that working? Because that's not what that brush does. All right, so here we are again, back to our place. And you said when you're up here, you can't get smooth to be very effective. And that's true, because we're at 7 million polys. Well, at 7 million, you can probably, well, this is why I use smooth stronger too. Because at 7 million polys, I can smooth some of this stuff out. But this is also dispersed quite a bit. But here's the main difference in why I do use my subdivision levels and my smooth. So I view smoothing sort of as two different things. High res is smoothing. Low res is relaxing your mesh. And what I mean by that is this. Some of these. So we're at 30 mil. I have my smooth brush. I'm using smooth stronger. And I'm going to come in and I want to smooth my surface, right? So I have these textures in here and I want this to feel like membrane. I want this to feel like smooth surface. I'll come in and you can see that I am removing those top lines, right? I'm removing the texture, but I'm not changing the mesh, right? Those dents are still there. So this is a smoothing process, or what I think of as a smoothing process, right? Because we're taking this in and we're trying to get this to look like membrane between knuckles, and here we go, right? So, and then I want this to read differently, so I'm going to smooth that. But you're right, at high resolution, especially just normal smooth, doesn't do anything, right? So what do? We just lower our resolution, maybe 2, maybe 3 spaces. I'm in here and I want to start relaxing this. And now you can see I can relax my mesh, where we're finding a nice median and we're smoothing the mesh. But, you know, this is a slightly different way of thinking about it than just smoothing, right? Because at this point, I'm actually trying to change the shape of my mesh. I'm not trying to get rid of surface detail. Well, I mean, I may be trying to get surface detail as
Yeah,
well.
Okay, but let's say you want to get rid of all of those tendrils that you have there and like make it circular, like really smooth. The smooth still not gonna
I mean, well,
do
I
what
would
I
use
want.
history, right? I mean, that's why you save the original model that is unsculpted. And remember, because I said save a version of this that doesn't have any of that, and then you just grab history, you go straight back to it. But yeah, no, you can get rid of this. Lower res.
Yeah, after 15 minutes of smoothing,
No,
you
no,
will.
no. Lower res, lower res. Now I'm at a smooth low res, right? And I come in. And I relax the mesh back away from those tendrils. Now you do have to be very careful here not to wipe out detail that you didn't want. But or that you do want. But as you can see, I mean, I haven't really lost the eye lines. Come in, get that. Higher res. Smooth it. Smooth it. And now you can actually come in and get a little bit closer around the eye because smooth isn't going to trash the shape of the mesh. Now we're just getting rid of surface lines. Right? So yeah, you can totally get rid of it. Now, you know, we have a few lumps here. Lower res. Just find out where they are. Get rid of them. And now you're off in sculpting again. And that's smooth. Yeah?
Yeah.
So this is where having a broad differential of subdivisions is super, super helpful. Right? Because you can drop down, and you saw that. I mean, what'd it take me? A minute and a half?
That's why we'll series mesh it as low as we can so we can subdivide
Right. Exactly. Now, I would have started this model as a square, or, you know, with ZModeler, and I would have started this with my subdivisions, right? As opposed to going. I mean, if you start with a ball and you get it to this shape, then yeah, Z-remesh it low, and then just reproject it back up. And it's well worth taking the time to do that, right? Because now you actually have something that you have control over your meshes.
Yeah.
Because with just one or two subdivision levels, you have no control over. Like, I will Dynamesh because there are a few things that Dynamesh can do that nothing else can do. But I will Z-remesh that model if I'm sculpting on it. I don't usually sculpt on Dynameshes. I mean, so here's where I will sculpt on a Dynamesh. Let's take this. Well, here, this is one shape. Duplicate. A couple things that you can do with a Dynamesh that you can't do with anything else. Over here, we Dynamesh it. And let's take these tendrils, for example. Right? I guess I should have smashed. Okay. Oh. Okay. So let's say these spiky tendrils, right? You want them to actually come down and intersect like arches. Okay. Well, this is one thing that's real Dynamesh is really good for. Mask this off. Turn on Sculptor Pro. Snake Pro. And now we can start. Right, and so now we have these bridges that we're trying to create. And now I just stroke and redynamesh, and now this is a solid again. So this is a quick way to do bridging, to do connecting, do things that you want to stretch into a different surface and then Dynamesh it. You can't do that in ZBrush. So this is something that is very, very good to do. So let's take Venom's gums here. I know that he's supposed to. So you've sculpted your base shape here, right? And now you want to do like the slobber connection, right? Or you know, the meshing between the top lip and the bottom lip. So we're gonna go snake book. And you have to make sure that you're at the right angle. See, we're missing there. So we need to and there we go. So that's, we know that that's the angle we need to be at. And save on. Okay. So I'm going a little bigger. Mm-hmm. All right, so that's and I'm gonna mask this. Kind of come up over and so now I have sort of my foundational slobber. Let me just come right back, stroke, boom, and now it's one mesh. But if I plan to sculpt on this, you know, this is already 1 million. What, you're going to get 2, maybe 3 subdivisions out of this? So I'm going to come in here, and where I have my holes, I'm going to a little bit bigger. Because when we Z-remesh, it's not going to. Well, I mean, holes are fine. It's just it takes a lot more geometry to do something that has holes. Okay, so here we go. And now we have those guys. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to inflate all this stuff because I want to keep it. I'm just going to inflate it a little. And that's going to give it enough geometry that when we Z-remesh, it'll hold it. So for these, I'm just going to put adaptive, because adaptive means when we ZRemesh, it's going to give us just enough geometry to retain the forms that are there, right? So ZRemesh. Mm. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom. Da-da-da. You can do it. All right. So now that remeshed. Did I not press it the whole time?
I have no idea.
Yeah, neither. Sometimes it takes a couple times. I'll just scratch my back while I sit here and wait for Z. You can do it. There we go. All right. So now we have a rematch here. So I'm going to come in here, a Sculptures Pro, and I'm just going to give the little bit more room, the holes. All right. So now we're going to take it off adaptive, go to half, mesh. Now we're not going to be able to get all the way down to like 400 because retaining the bridges take a lot more geometry. Yeah. And I find that you have we could just take this and slide this total count down to like 1,000 polygons. But I find that you have a lot more control over your mesh if you do it in series and half it. Because then it allows it to think about these holes incrementally as opposed to just doing it in one fell swoop. And it also allows you to kind of move the geometry. So see how this hole's getting a little small here? You can take move elapsed. Trying not to distort them, but right, that gives us a little more, and it'll retain that. So you can see as we're doing this, I think I'm going to smooth that because we don't really need a pokey thing there. All right, these guys are fine. We're getting here. So that's 4,800. And you can see if we go too much farther, this hole is going to present an issue. Let's try one more. See how it failed there. So either we again try make this bigger.
I mean, but 4,000 is good already, right? Or
yeah, 4,000. I mean, you know, we can keep everything here, right? Problem with 4,000 is that we're only going to get what, 5 subdivision levels?
why do we need that many though?
Because that's what gives you the control over your mesh to do the smoothing and texturing that we were talking about before. I want 8 to 9 subdivisions.
What?
Oh yeah, without a question. Because what that allows you to do, right? One, it gives you control over your smoothing. But two, it allows you to do pretty big alterations to a sculpt that you're almost finished with. Okay, so let's just go here. We have 6. Not great, but because this one, look, we have 9 subdivision levels here. Okay. And what the difference is, you know, with the 6, you probably have control over your smoothing as much as you do here, kind of, but close. The real differences are being able to step through and so in smoothing, right? It gives you more control over the point where you are just smoothing the surface and not distorting the mesh compared to distorting the mesh, right? So you have a larger selection of different size meshes that you can work on where you can tune your cleaning up to be right for whatever you're trying to do. Okay. Because if you don't have it, you know, like here, you're smoothing and you're not getting rid of your texture. But then you go down one and you're smoothing and you're completely, you know, flattening everything out. You're flattening the mesh, right? Because there's just not enough division steps between those two. But the other really important difference is and let me just stand and let me just find something. See if I have something that pictures that. Okay. This might. All right. So you have this other face here, right? Now, you know, you spent a lot of time and there's a lot of detail in this and you've been sculpting for a long time and you have this figure here, right? Well, now let's say that you want to make it look like his head is more ballooned, but you spent all this time, you know, stroking that. And when you use move, when you use move, right, let's say, you know, we want to bring this out. Well, you can kind of work your way there, but you get an uneven distortion of your surface texture, right? because you're trying to pull it out and be safe, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, if you have a bunch of subdivision levels, you got to remember that it's basically projecting the detail from the lower grid. You know, it divides it in 4. So then it thinks of the detail and it's reprojecting it on the square. So if these are all square and we move this out where the grid stays square, this projection isn't going to distort much. Now, on something like this, you're like, well, when am I ever going to use that? Well, let's say hair or snake scales or feathers or anything you've spent a long time sculpting a lot of texture on, and now you want to bend it, move it, or change that model. Well, that becomes a real. There we go. So now, because I have 9 subdivision levels, I can take this down, right? And here, and I'm going to turn on my squares just so we can see them. I'm going to get this big. I'm going to move these out. And all I'm trying to do at this point is keep those squares even, right? Because it's going to reproject this surface to the squares. So I'm going to just try to keep everyone even. And as you can see, I'm doing this much bigger move than we did just a few minutes ago.
Yep.
Square. Okay. And now I'm just going to.
Good night, guys. I'm tired.
Don't be a quitter.
I hung in there till 1.
That's true. You did.
Okay.
Good
Have a
on
good
you.
night.
Good night.
Bye.
We'll talk soon.
Good night.
I'll probably talk to you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye. So you can see that really didn't distort that much. I obviously pulled this side a little lower, right? Well, we can just go down. And I'm just going to up. And now it's square. And that didn't distort much at all. Right? As long as you're keeping, I didn't really pay attention to the layout of the squares when we were at our first bottom. But you know, that's a dramatic change with very little surface distortion. So when you're doing things like snakes or feathered tails or anything like that, or even just an arm, you move it, you get it back in, and let's say you had sculpted tattoos on them or something, if you bend the arm, if you're doing it at that low, all of this will come back perfectly clean, right? And so let's say we want it to have like a bigger nose or whatever, we can lower our res. And see, we need to get it to where when we make these moves, it's going to reproject it to this mesh. So this gives us a lot of control over what's kind of happening. Because the smaller, or the bigger the square you move, the less distortion you're going to have on your detail. Okay, it's just not. That was a bad example. So, you know, if you do it here, you see that you're actually distorting the mesh pretty dramatically, right? And if we come higher as right, it's pretty distorted. But if we come down, and I kind of put them going the wrong way. Right, our basic grid isn't necessarily going. But as long as I'm doing this and I'm not stretching the squares out, right, where I'm trying to keep them the same shape as we come back up, see, so if I try to do it here, see how we're distorting form?
Yep.
Where if we do it here, and as long as we're trying to keep the, we're not, because the more distorted the shape of the square is from the original form, you're going to get some distortion, obviously. But, and once again, where is that? Not on the right. But.
So shouldn't you use a higher subdivision level just so you can see what you're doing?
Well, no, I would have paid more attention when I laid it out, right? When you're doing scales or something on the form, you are pretty much keeping things on grid, right? Because you're not going to do something at a triangle because that'll give you a dumb mesh, right?
Okay.
That'll be thing. So this way, because when you're doing something at low divisions, right? You're not going to set your scales up like this because you know that that's not how the geometry works, right? You're going to do it with a grid. So when I just threw that shape on and he's just off grid, he's a little bit more.
Okay, got it.
So if you were actually doing this, you would have paid a little bit more attention to how you laid him out. But
so I can place it in the grid.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can see here, this is really distorted out, but really we haven't distorted the sculpt, right? You're only distorting the shape of the base. And as long as you keep those squares relative to the relative positions they were at the time before you moved it, it's not going to distort the sculpt. Because, I mean, see, you have all this nice curvy stuff here. It's just now moved out. So you can't do that without subdivision levels. And I know this, I don't have a scale. I was kind of hoping I had scales as an alpha, but I don't right now. So the more distance you have between your top subdivision and the lowest subdivision, the more dramatic a change you can make while doing that transition.
Got it.
So you want as many subdivisions as you can get.
But model, like, there's no way I'm getting 9 subdivisions and not have like 80 million polygons.
No. I mean, we have 9 subdivisions at 30 million polys, and I think if you could get, it's not hard to get 8 subdivisions if you start with a model that's in that 400. So you want to keep your base model below 700 polys, and then you can pretty much get 8 subdivision levels in that 5 to 8 million.
Okay.
Right. So, like,
Okay. I was just gonna tell you that the, sometimes I try to get 5 subdivisions with the other model that I sent you. I always have problems with one part, like it's always a tooth
right.
or a spike or something like that,
Yeah.
that just the mesh loses part of it. And
Yeah.
then when I try to see remesh it, it's not the same thing.
Well, that's why, in all reality, like you did with this model, keeping the teeth separate is probably one of the best, especially something like a dragon or something where you have 20 teeth or 30 teeth. It's much better to keep that separated, do everything, and then instead of dynameshing at the end, you're going to remesh by union. And then that way the teeth can have low resolution, the body can have high resolution, and then when you decimate it, it's decimating relative to the model that's there, right? If that makes sense. And that
Got
way
it.
you're not
Yeah.
losing any of your surface detail. That's why the benefit of remesh by union as opposed to dynameshing at the end to get everything into a shell. Your remesh by union isn't changing the geometry count of the model or of the parts of the model. So if you have a 10 million poly head, 4 polygon teeth, 10 polygon ears, 50 polygon nose, and you blend it all together, well, those polygons are going to say the same count. The only problem you have with that is if you have dramatic differences, right? Where the face is, 30 million polys and the teeth are 3 polys. Wherever that intersects, it's got to create a bunch of triangles to get them to match. And so you can wind up with some very difficult meshes to wind up as like those can become things you'll never get to be a watertight mesh. So if you have very dramatic differences, I would have my model, I would dynamesh it, I would reproject it, and then come back in with Sculptris Pro and the history brush, put the extreme detail back in where you need it by painting that detail in with the history brush. And that allows you to get away with having a smaller poly model and only putting the detail where you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yep.
Who's Jen's class? And oh, someone raided. Hey. Hi guys, sorry I didn't say hello to you when you came in. I didn't.
Well, I don't. If we can see the other model, or if anyone else is here with
No,
his
you're the
model,
only one there.
I
It's
can
fine.
let them.
No,
Okay.
you're good.
This was a one-on-one class that I enjoy so much.
Well,
Thank
no,
you
I mean,
so much.
I assume that other people are learning from it.
Oh God.
So the first thing I would say is that your scales are going in the wrong direction. It looks like the front of the scales. And now you could always argue with fantasy. I can stuff it. But scales run from head to tail on almost anything that has scales. And these are running. See, the high points are here.
Yeah.
So they're going the wrong way.
Okay.
And like I said, you could always say, well, Tomas, it's fantasy. It's a dragon. Whatever it wants. You're right.
To be honest, I didn't even think about it.
Yes,
I just placed them.
I can tell
So
because they're going the wrong way. Because you notice the things that had points on them are going the right way. Things with points are real easy to tell that they're going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Squares, not so much.
Yeah, totally.
So I think, I think that was just being lazy or just not paying attention. Not in a horrible way, just it happens. How did you lay these on?
I just have like a brush that has that alpha. So I just place them.
Sure. So the one thing I would say, I don't know the qualities of the brush, in the sense of what its pressure sensitivity and stuff is. But this is a place that I find scales. Extractor is awesome for scales. And so I'm just going to take the scale pad here. We're going to have that little lip in there, but you'll get it. Just trying to show you something. Just trying to show you a little something here. This one shouldn't take a decade. Or have something on that's just tapping my... Did I close all my... I'm the worst. I always have like 15 things on.
I mean, I would do the same if I could. So, props to you.
Oh yeah, no, I'm horrible. I have 100 pages on. I have like 17 programs on. It's like, but you know, 256 gigs of RAM allows you to do a lot of silly things that you probably just shouldn't be doing. Why is Extractor being such a pain in the butt recently? Yeah.
So you're saying these scales aren't that good? So, like, I shouldn't use them if I want better results?
No, what I was just going to say, this is where I find Extractor to be really helpful. Let's see if it's
Okay.
you know, with this mesh geometry. Let's go.
Yeah, that's decimated.
These are your scales. Okay. So making an Extractor brush. So I have things that are patterns that I like. I sculpt them flat on just a flat plane, and then I'll extract it, right? This is what makes extract. Now, normally I'd spend a little bit more time, so these are tiling, right? So I know that they'll tile.
So wait, you have a brush that copied what I had?
Yeah, Extractor.
What?
Yeah, I just copied the texture you had.
It's that on ZBrush, or
Yeah.
is it that yours?
No. This is a brush.
What?
And what's nice is that it's pressure and angle sensitive. So or it's pressure sensitive. And so that means that you can change the scale. So when you're doing something like running up the back, right, I'd take my brush, make it bigger, and I'd do a big scale up the center of the back. And then I'd do it a little bit less, and then a little bit less. And now you can change your brush size. And this makes these transitions into the smaller scales much easier and nicer. See how I can change my scales and it looks a little bit more natural?
Yep.
So this is why I like Extractor for scales and lizard texture patterns and stuff, is because it really gives you a lot of control. So let me show you that again, since you didn't know what.
I mean,
So there's a brush. See right here, Extractor. Right? And that is, let's
I'm trying to
find out
find
where
it
that is.
on my ZBrush,
Give me a
but
second. It is brush Extractor. So if we go to your brush palette,
Mhm. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay. So all you do is you come over here and you hold down G, or you tap G and see how it's blue. And then when you touch, see that line? That shows you where it starts. And then as I curve around, yeah, I can even come down here. And so I went around and down the leg. And I know this isn't going to make a map that makes sense, but I want to show you because I kind of crossed over into these chest patterns and then I went down. And this is what makes Extractor so cool, is that you can take, let's say you found a model where you love the cloth curves, right? Copy it, put them a couple places, copy the other part, put them a couple places. And so it allows you to just find the bits and parts and textures you like, and just being able, you could copy and use it. But it's nice because it's a repeating brush, right? So if you get a brush that you actually planned as a tile, it works good. And there's the plugin that is a tile maker plugin. So it'll take your pattern and it'll turn it into a repeating pattern. I can't remember what it's called. Like called Tile Master or something like that. Hold on.
I don't know. But this brush is, I'm actually losing it.
Yeah, no, this
Seeing
is a
this
good one.
brush work.
Right? No,
Like last time you taught me about the history brush and now the extractor brush. So every time I come, you just tell me about a new brush that is just
yeah,
magic.
no, there are so many awesome tools. I mean, that's the one thing that just blows me away about ZBrush is like every time they make a new version, it actually has tools in it that are useful. They're not just saying that to get their money out of you. They're actually making brushes that are awesome. But they just do. The ZBrush development is just so sexy. These guys are not joking. So
I have nothing to complain about Pixologic at all.
no. So you can see there, right? I took the stroke of you can see those outside edge. That's the beginning of the chest or the chest scales you did. And then I came around and went down the leg, right? But you can see that, if you like, let's say you really like that transition, well, you have it, record it. And like I said, it's brush and pressure, or it's scale and depth pressure sensitive. So if you come in and you do it real light, see how the pattern's shorter? And now if I do this, do it really heavy, see how the pattern's long. So you have a ton of control how you're laying these things back in. Right? So you can see if you actually compose your extractor brushes as opposed to just going around the leg. But what I like about it is, unlike the brushes that are alpha based, or you know what I mean, just a brush that's tiling, this you really can, get some really cool effects by changing the pressure. Right? Extractor is awesome. I think it's probably one of the most unused awesome brushes out there. Because I don't know many people who use it at all. And I love it. Love it.
I like it.
Yes.
I'll probably start using it.
Yeah, it's pretty rad. And so you can see that if you just start like just on flat. So normally what I'll do is I'll come in here, W, go to a flat plane, because that way you're not wasting any of your geometry. I'll normally here, double it there, so we have a little bit length as opposed to square. And smooth off. And turn. And, you know, you just figure out something trying to make. And you make sure it's tileable. And I don't have my measurements here yet. And I'll show you what I'm I have one of these. It's a little. Come on. Right, so we have a little repeat. Slower, smooth out, honking.
I mean, but at this point, it would be just better to save these as a brush. No?
No, not at all. Because the brushes act differently, right? And so I have this, and yes, you can make a VPN or
EDM.
VPN.
No, you don't need a virtual private network for ZBrush. What you mean is VDM, but the
Thank
problem
you.
with that is you can't brush a VDM on the surface over and over.
Right, exactly. It's a pull-out thing. You can attach it to a curve and run curves, and you can make it repeat, but yeah, it's not the same thing. Where here, we're going to take this, and now I'm going to get so for this to actually work seamlessly, right, you need to get this where this line of the pattern is here, right? So it's a repeating or a tileable pattern. So this isn't going to be tileable, but when you do these things flat, it's easier to make these tileable. And so I create three-dimensional tileable patterns. Come back in, hit Extractor. You want it to be turn symmetry. You want your focal shift to be out and align the size of your brush. The focal shift should be outside of the largest part. And then we hit that. Nope. Hit G. That little line shows you where it started. And I'm just going to stop right there. It's doing. Now I started out. It's going to be escape. Remember we were talking about history? It goes all the way back to the beginning of the brush. So you have to, I changed the shape of this square. So you have to set your history state at the first stage of the square. Otherwise, it's going to try to go back to the original square, because this goes. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm a little lost. What does Extractor have to do with history?
Aha. So remember when you do Extractor, you wind up with these weird patterns that have absolutely nothing to do with anything?
Yeah.
It looks all the way back to where you start as the flat plane that's there. Here. This will be a prime example. So we started out with a star, right? So I'm doing this, and it's weird, right? It's not doing what it should be doing. It's doing something weird. And it's because it's attaching itself to the older geometry, the older foundational geometry. I have no idea. That's what I was, remember when I was saying earlier that
Yeah.
there are history things now that never were history things, but now there's history, so they're history things? Don't have the answer.
I just disable history states unless I'm explicitly intending to use one.
Oh, I use them all the time.
Yeah, I pretty rarely use them, so I don't come up with, like, I've never had to deal with a history state problem with Extractor Brush. I didn't know it even applied.
Well, that happens whether history's turned on or not, if I'm not mistaken. You also probably don't start out with stars, do you? You start everything
Yeah.
with a star?
Everything with a star.
I'm so proud of you.
I was told to do it, and I do it, and I don't think about it.
Good.
Why do you guys start with a star?
So why I start everything with stars is because I tend to start with my foundational shapes, as a square. But if you go into square, right, some of those are not actually 3DMs, or not 3DMs.
3D polymers?
Thank you. And so, because there's older geometry that was grandfathered in, because it does stuff with old tools. And so I want good, clean geometry that's usable. And a star, I can gizmo into any shape, right? But if I start with a star, I know that these are base forms when I look at my tools, because I might use a star in a model every 3 years. I don't use it. It's not a shape I use a lot. So that way I always know that that's at a foundational state. And it allows me to use Gizmo to alter it, because I know a star is good geometry, right? Where if you click on this sphere, that sphere you can't use, right? You have to convert to a 3D
polymers.
Thank you. There we go. So that way I know what I'm doing and I never have to think about it. And, it's just.
I mean, I just open a Dynamesh sphere from the project settings.
But see, I never start with Dynamite. I always start with. I always control. See, I control my geometry from my first. Are you all still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I just had a like things were rebooting, like we dumped.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, that's not good. I might need to reboot. At some point, remind me to turn my computer off tonight.
Try.
I never turn my computer.
I don't know. I like to start with Dynamesh because I can get my shapes really fast and I can just have fun. Like to me, that's the most fun part about ZBrush
Yeah,
when
but
you're
see,
using Dynamesh and making your shapes and everything before you start actually detailing.
but I don't. But I
Before Tomas, wait. Before you say whatever you're gonna say, if that's fun to you, do it. Do it that way, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But
unless you want
Tomas
usable
has a
models.
reason he does it. Tomas has a reason he.
Sure, you can
But I
do
mean,
it. You can
do
have
it with-
all the fun you want, but if you
you can
actually
do
want
it
to
with
use your
Dynamesh.
models, I wouldn't do that.
He can get it into whatever shape he wants, and then he can ZRemesh it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, you can.
that's what I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
that's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
Now see how much cleaner
But
that is.
but you can yell at me, Thomas. What do you want to say to me? I know you want to say something.
Well, I'll just show you. So see how this is much cleaner now because we started where it was flat. And this right here, if you notice what just happened on that corner, we do it again. You see how my pattern bent around the corner? It's not a flat. The problem with a lot of the things that are flat and you're using it with a brush, that's a flat alpha, right? So it's just a series of straight things that are trying to bend, right? But here, and I mean, I guess technically it's the same thing. It's just a series of straight things trying to bend. But because you have pressure and angle sensitivity, you can change the size. You know, it's just a much you just have so much more control over what it's doing. And especially with scales and things where they're changing shapes and sizes. You know, I can start out small and this is near the belly. And then I do the next round and they're deeper. And then I do the next round, bigger. Next round, these things. You know, it's just a much more nice, fluid, organic process. Right? It's sexy.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's really, especially if you take the time and start with something like this where it's flat and clean, and you can really do some beautiful, nice preliminary sculpts where you have a lot of control at what they do.
So
And you know,
can you
as
save?
what's that?
Can you say like after you, let's say you did this, right? And then you make the brush with the extractor.
Yeah, see, this
How
is
do
the
you
alpha over
save it?
here.
Okay, so you would just save that
Yeah.
and then whenever you want you use it.
Yep.
Oh, okay. You save it as an alpha. Okay.
Yeah, they're just saved as alpha.
Nice.
And then when you go to Extractor, you can just change the alpha, right? You don't have to do the drag.
Or you can just save that flat plate as a separate tool
Yes.
and just go back to it and re-extract it every time you want to use it. Because he can leave this tool now and go back to the dragon or the skull or whatever model you guys were working on, and continue to use it without having to reload it or anything.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah. So here, I'm just gonna. It's good. Center.
Are you about to try and Z-modeler out a whole dragon when you got 15 minutes left?
I'm going to show you. It's
Yes.
exactly what's happening.
I thought so.
I mean, I also want to see that happening.
Will.
Because I don't know how he's gonna do it.
This is how he's so easily able to get his first subdivision level at 400 polygons, or significantly less in this case, because he's just starting with blocks and he's pulling it all out with ZModeler. So he can get so many subdivisions to have a 30 million poly model or whatever.
Yeah.
So this way he doesn't even need to ZBrush or anything like that.
No, exactly. Unless
Not
I
till he
start to
screws the model
distort
up
my
later.
model.
Yeah.
I mean, there are points in which I would Z-remesh, right?
So you would only do like a rough shape with the C modeler,
Yep.
and then
And so all
subdivide.
that fun stuff that you're talking about, I still do it. I just do it with a model that I control the geometry.
With a model that doesn't suck. Yeah. Got it.
that won't suck to work with. Let's put it that way. Just and I always start flat. I don't worry about my thicknesses yet. And like, you know, I'm doing this to your image just so you have an idea of what I'm doing with your shape. But I don't draw. I very rarely use reference. I just quickly jam out shapes. And then I just go at it. And then I start sculpting. So if what I'm interpreting, and I mean, I could be wrong about this, but what I'm interpreting is that you like the freedom of running around and sculpting. Well, that's what I do, right? I just think that, so. And I'm just guessing, right? How many polys? Well, I would have done symmetry. Turn on symmetry. Yeah.
I think until now, Dynamesh is the best invention Pixologic has. Like, to me, I enjoy it so much.
Right, but I'm gonna. Why I'm doing this is because I want to see if what you enjoy about Dynamesh isn't something that's accessible as well.
I mean, I can understand how you would go about certain things, but what happens when you're just making a human character?
I do the exact same thing I'm doing here. I have two little lumps as arms, and I start from there.
But you would start with a square as well? Like you would do everything with squares?
Yep.
It's like a little stick figure, man.
Yep. Because I then have control over my geometry, and it allows me to do so much more stuff with it. Okay, so here we are, right? I'm not going to bother doing the wings because we only have minutes. And
Yeah. Don't worry
all
about
right,
it.
so do this. Boom. Squeeze them. And that off. Here. Paper. For my. Go. And now. Divide. I'm actually going to divide it up. So I have 44 million polys, right? Now, I'm not going to start sculpting at 40. I'm not going to start sculpting at 44 million polys. I'm going to lower my res. And now I'm going to start sculpting here in the, I'll usually start at about a million polys. 600,000 is fine right now. Cute. And so now, oops. Smooth my into shape. And see, this is what you can't do when you've Dynameshed, is you can't hippy hop between geometries to do dramatic changes.
Okay, but then let's say you want to add a fifth leg. Like, uh, let's say now you want to add wings. How would you go about that
I would just
now?
start them with a different square. I mean, I would just make them separate.
Okay.
Especially something like wings. I mean, wings, you know.
Oh well, yeah. Well, that's what I say. Like a fifth leg, like something that you want it to be attached to the dragon.
I would go back down to, I would duplicate it. I would go back down to my base geometry, right? To where it was. I would delete higher. I would pull the next leg out. I would then reproject the detail in. And so we want a fifth leg, right? Duplicate. Lower my res. Lower my res.
You have 10 minutes to finish the dragon.
And we want the fifth leg, right? So the modeler. Okay. Oh. We actually have to delete. Delete. Turn on symmetry. No, It'll be a little neater than. So we add.
I mean, the only problem with this is that even if I wanted to try this, I still have to learn how to use the C modeler because I'm not good at it.
The Z modeler is super easy. All you do is drag out squares. I mean, you can make it complicated, right? But I mean, you saw how easy this was. I just dragged out, a square, and then I dragged out another square. Just, you can't get into, even though you got it. So what I'm doing right now is the number one problem that people have with Z modeler, and that's they're sloppy. If you accidentally touch surfaces, you can add geometry. And if you're sloppy of your hand, you can create problems for yourself very quick. So it's just taking your so it just means taking a little bit of time and not rushing through. So now we're here. I'm going to divide this because we have things that are definitely like when you go down to those dramatic lows, your model often, right? And I'm just inflating this up to where it's getting roughly the size. Here. This guy. Yeah. Divide. Checked all. And so now all the sculpting that we had done before is now on this model. And now you just have to come integrate the next. In here, let's say I know that I want a ridge in the back. Something at the higher res. Throw it in. So in here, even in when I'm just messing around, so much of my process is laying these lines down with play tube, right? And I can start to lay in muscle structure. Side where the scales and stuff start. You can see we have a couple holes there. Smooth them out. Because now I'm sculpting, there wasn't a belly. Leg. Pec muscle. Side. I'm not going to
It's 2 before you sculpt an entire dragon.
But you can see that by having the multiple layers of meshes at different subdivision, I can be as detailed or as loose as I be throughout the whole process. So I'm not forced to work at one resolution, and what that resolution means. I can come in, and like I said, let's say I know for a fact that I want a really specific spike that does that. Well, I can just kick it up to where I have the resolution to put these spikes in, where they have that little transition and they're doing this. And now I can start to base the rest of my geometry off of this intersection, which I know is going to be there. So it gives me a lot of freedom to be able to hop between the different subdivision levels and control what's happening. And I'll tend to do everything in symmetry first. I'll then pose. But the beauty is, and where that's a big problem for a lot of people, because they've just done this in Dynamesh, and you don't have subdivision levels. Hold on, let me grab Extractor. Where are you? So even here at the beginning, you can kind of come in and do things like this, where I know that this stuff's sort of happening. Spent my time through a bunch of detail. Well, now you've just done this, right? Sculpted it in your T-pose, or what you want to call this. Now, here again, lower my, and I can do
So now you can just pose it like that,
yeah.
and then all your detail to well place it. Okay, this is gonna be like,
Okay.
I suffer a lot to pose.
Yeah. So yeah, stretch it thin, but you're going to be more careful than I am. And we the head direction. But, I've posed it in this base block shape. And all that still there.
Okay, that's really good.
And there's your 15-minute dragon. Woo!
19-minute dragon.
All right, 19-minute dragon. But do you see what I mean? That it allows me to work with a lot of detail and no detail, and use each division level for what it's good at.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, only until I truly distort this do I need to remesh. I mean, I can go a whole time without remeshing.
It has some stuff that I really like it, but I'll have to try it out and see if I like blocking out with squares.
Once
That-
you
That seems so fun.
once you get used to it, because the thing you need to remember is that your blockout is if you can get a blockout that has 8 polygons. You
Yeah.
just divide it a couple times, and you know, it's really just a faster process as far as getting up, out, and sculpting, and having geometry that's useful, right? Where, I mean, like I said, I can go an entire model without subdividing as long as, or without remeshing, as long as I haven't mangled, you know.
Cheers. ZModeler will not be fun at first, but find a good tutorial and be patient, and it will become fun.
The key is don't try to be clever, right? Keep it as absolutely as simple as possible. End of story. Keep it simple. And the other really important thing is keep all of your blocks roughly the same size, right? Because that way when you subdivide, you're not winding up with weird intersections that distort and are wonky, right? Because if you keep your blocks relatively the same, I mean, you can see here, these aren't actually the same size, but relatively speaking, you know, that is all roughly the same size.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then that way, when you subdivide, you have an equal amount of geometry everywhere. Yeah. And honestly, I would say that I have too much geometry in the lid. I would cut one of those out. Like, I would only have one box for each, like, joint.
My wife always says the same thing about me. There is just too much geometry in your legs.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
I think she wants me to go to the gym, but
You're like, if only I had that smooth, stronger brush.
Fast time.
All right. So, oh, well, no one's on YouTube, so there's no point in giving out the YouTube.
Well, there's lots of people. There's lots of people on YouTube. You just can't read their messages.
Oh, hi, YouTube. Sorry, I thought you were gone. So, YouTube, if you like what you see, not what you can write, hit follow and subscribe. And if you want to get notifications, hit the little bell thing. And uh-oh, dad jokes about. All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm glad you stuck it out with us. Hopefully that was worthwhile. Buy ZBrush. Come check out ZBrush Jewelry Workshop.
If you would like Tomas's custom UI, his custom presets for brushes, and a free video on real world scale in ZBrush, join his mailing list at ZBrushJewelryWorkshop.com.
Yeah, I forgot those. I'm the worst self-promoter in the world. The worst. Absolutely the worst.
Varick Grimm on YouTube. We can't set up notifications specifically for Tomas's stream, but every Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific time, we'll be here.
Yeah.
Join the Discord.
Oh yeah.
Join
see,
the Discord.
It's a teamwork over here because no one can remember anything.
That's how it works. Like, just each of us remember one thing.
Right? There's someone, then we'll get most of it. All right, guys. It was lovely.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Of course.
And Henry, thank you so much, both of you.
And
for all the tips and classes.
Yeah. And all right, everyone, I will see you next week. Buy ZBrush. And yeah, buy ZBrush. I don't know if I mentioned that. Buy ZBrush. Okay.
All right.
Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, whatever it is.
4 a.m.
Yeah, it's 2. Okay. Stop streaming. That's what I'm doing. Right. Have a great evening.
Yep.
Ciao.